Imagine waking up in the body of the story's villain. A princess feared by everyone, known for her cruelty, her obsession, her cold, unfeeling heart. But inside, you are someone completely different. Someone who knows the story's secrets and the tragic fate of everyone around you. This is Agnes Saint, the villainous princess everyone hates. But now, with a new consciousness, she hides her true self, pretending to be cold, perfect, while secretly trying to change fate. Her real focus? Kylo Grey, a humble side character the story never favored. The one she wants to protect at all costs. Every move she makes must be careful, because one wrong step could destroy everything. Can Agnes rewrite her destiny, or will she remain trapped as the villainess everyone expects her to be? This is The Incognito Princess, a story of secrets, love, and rewriting fate itself.
If you love heart-fluttering romances, charming leads, and dramatic twists, you're in the right place. Make sure to like this video, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a new romantic recap. Now, let's dive into the story and enjoy your video.
The story begins with a girl and a man standing face to face. The moment she saw him, she recognized the man of her dreams. Her heart pounded wildly as she screamed inside, "My little kitten. My Kylo, I finally met you." But suddenly, her hand swung up and she slapped him hard across the face. Huh? What just happened? She panicked. Did I just hit my beloved little kitten's cheek? His precious face, but why? Then she slapped him again and again. 3 times in total. Not just once, but 3 times in a row. Why am I hitting him so much? She remembered a silly question she once saw on social media. What would you want to do if you reincarnated into a novel with your favorite character in it? Without hesitation, she had answered, I'd kidnap him and feed him yummy things while petting his head. I'll also make sure that he never has to worry and can just eat and have fun all day in my arms, LOL. Right, that was what she wanted. She only wished for him to be happy. Yet here she was, slapping him mercilessly. To stop her madness, Kylo grabbed her hand. Kylo grabbed me? She thought, stunned. But instead of saying something cute, her mouth suddenly shouted, "Let go of me this instant." Inside, she screamed, "No, don't. Please don't let go." She struggled wildly, yelling, "How dare you touch me with your filthy hands?" While her heart whispered, "He's not filthy at all. I'm actually super grateful that Kylo would be willing to grab someone like me." She was slapping her favorite character and swearing at him, yet he still looked unbelievably hot. I managed to reincarnate into my favorite novel, but what is going on here? Then everything blurred and she fainted. Kylo sighed, rubbing his temple as he looked at her collapsed form. How troublesome. This girl was Agnes Saint, the Imperial princess. The Emperor's precious jewel, queen of high society, the most beautiful woman on the continent, and also the Imperial ticking time bomb. In reality, she was a spoiled princess who drank too much and caused chaos at a banquet meant to celebrate the end of the war. Kylo stiffened, judging her silently. How pathetic. Knights rushed over, shouting, "Are you all right, Sir Grey?" Kylo handed her limp body to one of them. "Please hurry and take the princess to her palace." Watching her be carried away, he thought darkly, this troublesome girl, the Imperial palace that neglects her, and even I, who must endure all this without complaint, we are all unbearably miserable. The next morning, she shot awake with panic swirling in her mind. What do I do now? She had thought everything was just a dream, but she remembered it all. She slapped Kylo Grey, her favorite character, the moment she arrived here. Then she passed out. And, before all that, she died. She recalled voices around her screaming, "Hey, wake up. Please, someone call 911 quick." She had died unfairly on her way home after visiting her favorite character's birthday cafe event. Then a god suddenly appeared before her and said, "Hello. It's your first time meeting a god, isn't it? I came here because there was something I needed to tell you. I'm sorry. You weren't supposed to die yet. I think there was an error in the soul collection system." She yelled, "What?" Then you're saying my death was just an accident? The god nodded. Yes, that's right. She stared at him suspiciously. Are you really a god? Then she begged, then please send me back. The god sniffled sadly. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Your body has already rotted. Her soul froze. But you accidentally killed me. She cried internally. If I knew I would die like this, I would have read more fanfics. And what about all my merch that hasn't been delivered yet? The god continued, instead, I will take responsibility for my mistake. What if I let you live a new life in whatever world you want? It can be a real place or an imaginary one. Is there a world you want to be reincarnated into? She didn't hesitate. I want to meet my favorite character. Now, clenching her fists, she regretted everything. I said I wanted to meet him, not slap him. She could only blame herself. This is why you must be specific when making a wish. But things were even worse than she imagined. She stared into the mirror, silver hair with a lavender tint, purple eyes, sharp cat-like features. I'm so screwed, she muttered. Because she wasn't just anyone. She had reincarnated as the villain among villains, Agnes Saint. The novel Infinite Splash was about Raymond Spencer, the male lead, fighting against demons. It was famous for combining many genres and had a powerful fan base. Agnes Saint was Raymond's obsessive fangirl who followed him everywhere. If that were all, it would have been manageable. But no, she had gone completely insane with obsession. Last night at the ball, she had screamed, Sir Raymond was the only person who actually contributed anything to the war, wasn't he? You all are just riding his coattails and trying to steal some of the honor for yourselves. What are you if not parasites? You trash human beings. She said this to knights who fought with their lives on the line. And it didn't stop there. She drank even more and stormed off to confront the Black Knights. You commoners are just a nuisance for Sir Raymond. You filthy trash, she yelled, causing a massive scene. The one who stepped in to stop her was none other than Kylo Grey himself. Please stop, he had said. Kylo Grey, a mercenary who rose through strength alone to become captain of the Black Knights, the eternal rival of Raymond Spencer and Agnes Saint's worst enemy. Did you just try to order me around? She had screamed. Kylo hated Raymond, driven by an inferiority complex born from his commoner origins. Whenever he and Raymond met, Kylo would curse him endlessly. Because of that rivalry, Agnes and Kylo were known as the top two villains in the world of web novels. The Imperial princess overflowing with superiority, Agnes Saint. The Black Knight's captain with a rotten temper, Kylo Grey. They despised each other. No, they loathed each other. But I am one of Kylo's biggest fans, she cried inside. So why did I have to become Agnes Saint of all people? Stupid god, I've been doomed from the get-go. 2 days after being reincarnated, she finally managed to gain control over her own body again. A maid, still looking exhausted, asked anxiously, Does your head hurt, Your Highness? She nodded slightly. A bit, she replied. She had possessed Agnes Saint's body, but she remembered everything the god had told her. Once you've reincarnated, I will speed up time until you reach the beginning of the novel, he had said. And now her head overflowed with memories of Agnes's life, and none of them were pleasant. She remembered yelling viciously at Kylo Grey. You don't actually think that all captains of the knights are equal, do you? How impertinent. You're so annoying. Looking at commoners makes me sick. She buried her face in her hands and groaned. Let me start from the beginning, please. But then she straightened up, determined. Still, I'm not the type to give up just because of something like this. She turned to the maid. Excuse me, the maid flinched in fear. Yes, Your Highness, Agnes took a breath. I believe I caused quite a fuss while speaking to some of the knights yesterday. Where is Kylo Grey right now? Inside, she whispered excitedly. I'll just do my best to get closer to Kylo now. The maid trembled. What are you planning to do? That man was definitely in the wrong for touching you, Your Highness. But you mustn't cut off his hand for that, Agnes stared. What is with her perception of me? It felt wrong to have caused her maid so much fear, but oh well. She cleared her throat. What are you talking about? I just want to meet with him. That's all. The maid sighed loudly in relief. Really? Agnes nodded, excitement blooming inside her. Finally, I can have a proper first meeting with Kylo. Why was everyone so terrified just because Kylo had stopped Agnes while she was drunk? The reason was simple. He was a member of the Black Knights. The Empire's Imperial Palace had 4 knight groups. The White Knights, the elite among elites, skilled nobles with high status. The Blue Knights, talent over birth, pure swordsmanship. The Red Knights, powerful mages specializing in magic combat. And lastly, the Black Knights, the Empire's problem children. They were insanely skilled warriors, but reckless. The kind who hacked and slashed their way through battle with no regard for rules or consequences. Their reputation was littered with rumors of embezzlement, assault, threats, public disturbances, and unfortunately, most of it was true. Because of that, Kylo Grey, their captain, was shunned and isolated. His loneliness reminded her of her own student days. That was why she fell for Kylo in the first place. She tried her best to get other people to like him too, but he was simply too unlikable. All her efforts were useless. But everything changed at the end of Season 1 of Infinite Splash. The Emperor Agnes Saint had slammed a table and roared, "What is the meaning of this? Didn't we win the war? Then why are so many monsters attacking our citizens?" After the war with demons ended, bizarre rifts began appearing in the commoner villages. The Emperor demanded answers from the clergy. "What are we supposed to do about this, High Priest?" And the temple revealed the truth. Only someone strong enough could go to the snowy mountain at the end of the world and destroy the source of the rifts. There were only 2 people with that kind of power. Raymond Spencer, strategic genius and the Empire's military hope. And Kylo Grey, a warrior who rose through pure battlefield force. One of them needed to leave on a mission where they would surely lose their life. And Kylo volunteered. Despite hating Raymond to the core, he chose to sacrifice himself. Because when they returned from war, only Raymond was celebrated. Crowds cheered. "Raymond! Raymond! Sir Raymond is the sole hero of our empire. Hooray for Sir Raymond Spencer." No matter how much Kylo fought, he could never become the hero people adored. So he left a single note behind. Heroes cannot die. With his death, the Empire survived. And for the first time, Kylo Grey was finally admired as a hero. His popularity skyrocketed, especially when the author revealed his appearance. Fans went insane. Birthday cafes, fan events, everything. But none of it mattered. Because he was still dead. But now she stood before his office door, alive in the same world as him. "Everything will change from here on out," she thought as she reached for the doorknob. "I will change Kylo's future. Just wait, Kylo. From now on, I'll make sure you only experience good things." Then she froze. Kylo was kneeling on the floor, hands tightly bound, 2 white knights gripping his shoulders. What is going on here?" she stammered. One knight spoke proudly. "The Chamberlain told us to prepare for your arrival, Your Highness. We tied him up so he can't escape or fight back." "What? I didn't need you to do that." Her heart dropped in horror. "Release him immediately," she ordered. The knights panicked, cutting the ropes and scrambling to obey. She shoved them toward the door. "Get out. I just wanted to treat him well," she muttered miserably. "Why does everything keep going wrong?" Kylo lowered his gaze. "Cut them off. I will accept the punishment for laying hands on the Imperial princess." Her soul screamed. "Cut them off. I would never cut off your hands, Sir Kylo. Those hands were precious." He continued darkly, "Are you saying you would rather have my neck than my hands, Your Highness?" "That's an even bigger no. How am I supposed to explain this?" Then Kylo began unbuttoning his uniform. "If not, would you be satisfied if I removed my uniform?" he asked. She stiffened like stone, mind short-circuiting. "What? Remove your uniform?" She blushed as she imagined him taking off his shirt, only to find him staring at her with raised brows. He said, "What I meant was if I had to resign from being a knight," and she instantly stiffened, cursing herself inside. Of course that's what he meant. Why did she react so strangely? Now he wouldn't just think she was a menace, he'd think she was a pervert too. Blushing even harder, she forced a calm voice and said, "Let's just pretend that yesterday never happened." Kylo stared at her, confused. "Are you sure?" he asked, while she avoided his gaze, thinking she was so nervous she couldn't even look him in the eyes. "Yes, so please forget about what I did to you yesterday, too," she added, her voice somehow steady despite her shaking heart. Reaching for the doorknob, she thought that there were so many things she wanted to say to him, but this had to come first. If a girl who slapped him silly the night before suddenly claimed she was attracted to him, everyone would think she'd gone insane. And Kylo was a sensitive little kitten. As she left the room, she thought if she wanted to get closer to Kylo, she needed to take her time and approach him slowly. So for now, she would act completely ordinary and normal. She would slowly melt his heart. Meanwhile, Kylo stood up inside the room, lost in thought. So, why exactly did the princess ask to see me? He wondered. He had expected her to try to kick him out of the Order of Knights, but now she was telling him to forget everything? What was she plotting this time? He hadn't expected her to react like that to something he said on a whim. Who would have thought the Imperial princess had such an innocent side to her? Had he said something wrong? Still, the whole situation made him feel strangely victorious, and it wasn't a bad feeling at all. A few days later, after meeting Kylo, Agnes used the excuse of feeling sick just so she could stay cooped up inside her palace, organizing her thoughts and figuring out how the novel was supposed to progress. But because of what she had said at the party, her reputation continued to plummet. The Imperial princess had insulted the very people who risked their lives for the Empire. No one would forgive that easily. Even if she tried to approach Kylo naturally, in this kind of situation her mere presence would only cause trouble for him. She needed a proper excuse. And luckily, that event should be happening soon. Suddenly, a servant knocked on her door. "Your Highness, the Emperor is calling for you." Agnes sighed. "I see, everything was happening exactly as it did in the novel. Soon, she would be chased out of the Imperial palace. Tell him I'll be there soon," she said. The empire ruled by the Saint family relied entirely on magic tools created to fight demons, which gave their bloodline immense authority. And Alexander Saint, the most powerful person in the empire, was an absolute pushover when it came to his beloved daughter. Agnes stepped into the throne room and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Emperor's heart ached as he looked at her. "My poor, precious daughter," he thought. "She must be hurting so much right now." "There you are, Agnes," he said aloud, sighing. He knew he couldn't keep protecting her from her own mistakes forever, but how was he supposed to be strict with his daughter when she looked so much like his late wife? And at this point, she wouldn't listen even if he tried to discipline her. Agnes, looking at her father, thought that even the Emperor must be going through a lot. The Emperor cleared his throat, coming up with a plan to help his daughter, whose reputation had fallen to the lowest of lows. "You must have heard the rumors circulating about you. You should leave the capital until the rumors quiet down." This was the moment known to readers as the Remove Princess Agnes from the Capital incident. In the novel, the audience had actually celebrated when she was forced to leave. But this was a disaster for her. She wouldn't be able to see Kylo at all. "I can't let this happen," she thought. Then she said, "Father, I don't want to." She told herself that she would argue first. The Emperor raised a brow. Ah yes, the stubborn daughter who reminded him so much of his wife. "Agnes, if you don't agree, I'll have to make a different decision. Is that all right with you?" She replied stubbornly, "I'm fine with anything as long as I don't have to leave the capital. I'm not going to leave no matter what." "All right, in that case," the Emperor said. Agnes gulped, thinking nervously. Would he make her clean the stables? Take away her dresses? Force her to live with the maids? Volunteer work at the temple? Her heart raced. She would endure anything as long as she could be near Kylo. "I will appoint you as a mage for the Order of Black Knights," the Emperor said. "Huh? What?" Agnes blinked. "The Order of Black Knights," he repeated, almost expecting her to refuse. But instead, she cried out, "I'll do it. I'll go right now." All Imperial family members, including Agnes, possessed large stores of mana in their bodies. Thus, both Agnes and her brother Damien, the Crown Prince, were originally appointed to the Order of White Knights, though Agnes never fulfilled her duties because she was lazy and always complained, "Why should I? It's too much work." But now, she was finally being sent to Kylo's side. "Please change my affiliation immediately," she said eagerly. "I'll absolutely go inside," she cheered. This was the best possible outcome. The Emperor stared at her in disbelief. "The physician. Call the physician immediately. My daughter is acting strangely." Agnes could barely contain her excitement. She finally had an excuse to see her favorite character every day. "Just wait, Kylo," she thought happily. "I'll make you fall for my charms eventually." Later, at a ball in the Imperial Palace, nobles mingled and whispered among themselves. "Did you hear the news? I think the Emperor was too harsh on her this time," one murmured. "This is the first time someone from the Imperial family was sent to the Black Order. After all, she's just too honest sometimes." Another added, "The princess is still just a young lady, huh? The Crown Princess isn't a child anymore. How long do we have to sit and watch her vicious behavior?" It wasn't just the nobles, even the Crown Prince suffered because of her. "That's true. I also heard that she's finally over her sickness, but she still hasn't participated in any balls since then. She's probably ashamed of her punishment. Or maybe her face is a mess because she's been crying so much. Oh ho ho, I wish I could have seen that in person. But she won't be able to run her mouth like she used to anymore." Sirius Melville, a knight of the White Order who had overheard everything, sighed. "My goodness, people love gossiping about others, don't they?" Hugo Radian, also a knight of the White Order, responded, "They're not exactly wrong though. Nobles talk about people like this all the time." As Sirius walked away, he shrugged and muttered, "You really don't have any manners when it comes to women, do you? I can't listen to this any longer." Hugo watched him go and thought, "That's Sirius. He pretends to be a gentleman, but he's nothing more than a pervert around women." Just then, Diana Lennox, Vice Captain of the White Order, approached. "Where's Sirius? That guy was just here a minute ago. Where did he run off to?" Hugo greeted her and Miss Hazel, a knight of the White Order and potential female lead of Infinite Splash #1. He explained that he couldn't handle hearing people criticize Princess Agnes and walked away. Diana nodded. "That sounds about right." She glanced at the gossiping nobles and thought, "Even though the criticism is fair, it doesn't feel good to hear people bad-mouthing my friend's sibling." Saint Liliana, the potential female lead of Infinite Splash #2, approached with a bright smile. "Oh my, all the heroes of the White Order are gathered here. Were you talking about something interesting?" Hugo replied, "We were talking about the Princess Saints." Liliana's eyes widened. "Oh, I heard about her as well. I had no idea the Emperor would make that kind of decision." Blushing, Hugo said, "Right. I thought it was surprising as well." Liliana, the Saintist, was originally a commoner, but she received a revelation one morning and became the Saintist. However, having beauty and many eyes on her while having no power or status wasn't necessarily a good thing for a woman. Haughty nobles turned up their noses and laughed, and many men tried to flirt with her. After fully healing multiple nobles from demonization, her life changed drastically. She experienced enthusiastic adoration, which she had never felt before. Once she experienced how deceitfully nobles acted, Liliana began to want to reach even greater heights. She looked at Hugo and thought, Hugo Radian. He's the heir to the Radian Dush and has a good reputation even among the Order of Knights. But I'm worth too much to be with someone like him. She gave him a smile. He blushed, his heart racing. After all, he was a Saint fan. Clearing his throat, Hugo said, "Anyway, isn't this a good thing? Now the captain will be able to relax a bit, and you won't be nitpicked at Sainties." Liliana replied with an innocent face, "What? Me? Oh, I don't really mind. It's true that Princess Agnes doesn't like me, but that makes sense since I'm just a commoner." She thought to herself, "Actually, I'm grateful to the princess because she made all of these people pity me. Boys are so simple, really." But poor them, I have no intention of dating any of those guys." Then she said aloud, "I don't know about me, but wouldn't Lady Devon be more pleased at this outcome?" Hazel frowned. "What are you implying?" Liliana thought, "There are only 2 men in this empire that are a good fit for me, the Crown Prince, Reincarnated Saint, and Captain of the White Order, Raymond Spencer." Just then, Raymond arrived. "Here you all are." Liliana brightened. "Sir Raymond, you're here," she beamed. "We were talking about the princess just now, about how Lady Devon must be pleased at this whole ordeal." Raymond asked, "Miss Hazel, why?" Liliana replied, "Well, because of how she feels toward the princess." "Oh, was I not supposed to say anything? Apologies. I am still not used to noble speech etiquette." Diana frowned. Hugo muttered, "You aren't wrong, so please don't apologize, Saints. Being honest is one of your good points." Liliana smiled. "Thank you for your kind words." Diana sighed, thinking, she's being so openly hostile. Hugo is an idiot for not noticing that. Meanwhile, Agnes, the source of all these rumors, remained completely unbothered. The Black Order Lady Daisy Radian, one of her ladies-in-waiting, exclaimed, "How could the Emperor make that kind of decision? Sir Kylo is so unpredictable. What if he torments you, Your Highness?" Agnes, calmly sipping her tea, thought, "It makes sense. Kylo doesn't like me, so he probably will take this as an opportunity to torment me." She imagined the possibility and blushed. Daisy noticed immediately. "Do you have a fever, Your Highness? Your face is so red. Shall I call the physician again? Shall I let the Emperor know you aren't feeling well?" Agnes shook her head. "No, that's all right," she thought. "It's great that she's one of the only ladies-in-waiting who isn't afraid of me, but sometimes she's a handful." Then Agnes added, "They may be a bunch of troublemakers, but what could they really do to me? We've already won the war, so I doubt we'll have very many duties anyway." Daisy nodded. "That's true." Agnes continued, "My head hurts, so please leave now, Daisy." Daisy bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." Agnes reflected on Daisy's loyalty. The people of the Empire are still drunk on the fact that we won the war against the demons. They don't realize that this peace will not last long. But I know exactly when and where the demons will appear. I'll prevent people from getting hurt in the eastern region 6 months from now and give all the glory to Kylo. This is truly the perfect plan." Just then, as Daisy opened the door to leave, a man entered. Daisy gasped. "Greetings, Your Highness." The voice snapped Agnes out of her thoughts. "What? Your Highness," she wondered, then turned and said, "What brings you here, brother?" The Crown Prince, Reincarnated Saint, responded, "Your greeting is rude as always, Agnes. Yesterday, the Emperor had said to Damien, Agnes is acting strangely. The physician said that there isn't anything wrong with her, but she isn't complaining that she wants to participate in balls, and she even accepted her entry into the Order of Black Knights so casually. Do you really think our Agnes is capable of that?" Damien thought, Agnes was never in her right mind to begin with. The Emperor, trembling, continued, "Father, I have no doubt that she has fallen victim to those strange spells that are all the rage in high society right now." Damien replied, "Please calm down. I don't think she is that far gone yet." Then the Emperor said, "Damien, please. I want you to go and check on Agnes yourself." Damien flinched. "What?" The Emperor, teary-eyed, added, "You're her one and only brother after all." Damien sighed. "I will make some time tomorrow to go and see her." As he looked around, he thought, I don't see any strange spell books or anything." He turned to Daisy. "You're the daughter of Duke Radian, correct?" She bowed. "Yes, that is correct, Your Highness." He smiled gently. "There is something I'd like to discuss alone with my sister. Could you please leave us for a moment?" Daisy dashed out. "Of course. Please excuse me then." Damien turned to Agnes, his expression stern. "Agnes, just how long do you plan to make our father worry about you? If you continue to act recklessly, not even your position as the Imperial Princess will land you a decent man. Stop bringing down the Imperial family's reputation. Father may cuddle you because he thinks you're cute, but I will never spoil you like that. You will have to take your duties as an official mage for the Black Order seriously. Answer me." He thought she would retort, "Who do you think you are? How dare you try to order me around?" But Agnes simply said, "Yes, brother." Damien was shocked. She promptly gave me an answer. Agnes thought I gave him the answer he wanted. So why is he in shock? He cleared his throat. "Don't forget the promise you made to me just now." And then he left. Agnes thought bitterly, "You think I'm happy that I finally have the family I've always wanted, only to have my brother be someone like that? He may act kindly toward everyone else, but he's really mean to his own sister." She reflected on herself. "I did do a lot of things to deserve that kind of treatment though, shamelessly stalking handsome knights, going to parties without completing my duties, getting drunk and causing a scene, and sometimes causing trouble even when sober. Anyway, what does he mean by not finding a decent man? How old-fashioned does he have to be? We live in a time where vehicles fly through the skies and golems till the fields. These are advanced times." Still fuming, she thought, "I want to chase after him and give him a piece of my mind, but I'll hold myself back. After all, tomorrow is the day I officially join the Black Order." The next day, the maids were readying her. She looked in the mirror and thought, "I feel like this suits me a lot better than the White Order's uniform. I'm matching with Kylo." Her two maids whispered. Emma said, "Should we tell her that it looks good on her?" Chloe replied, "If we do, she might yell at us because it's like saying she belongs in the Black Order, right?" But Agnes asked, "How do I look?" Chloe flinched. Emma gasped. "What?" Chloe stammered, well. Agnes thought, "Oh, I've put them in a difficult spot." Then she said, "Actually, never mind. I look good in anything, so you don't have to answer." Emma asked, "Are you really okay with this, Your Highness?" Agnes replied, "I can't do whatever I want forever, can I? I'm going to listen to the Emperor and do my duty as a member of the Imperial family from now on." They were shocked to hear this. Agnes stood. "You can leave now. I'm off to the Black Order. Have a safe trip, Your Highness." Agnes thought, "My heart is racing. I can finally show Kylo that I've changed. I'm getting a good feeling about this." In Kylo's office, Jeremy, a knight of the Black Order, muttered, "Will Princess Agnes really come? I honestly would be willing to bet my status as a knight that she won't." Kylo said, "I wonder." A few days ago, the Emperor had said to Kylo, "As you may know, my Agnes lost her mother when she was very young, so she was very lonely growing up. I know that there are rumors going around that she doesn't fulfill her duties as a healing mage because she is selfish. But the truth is that she only acts like that because she is sensitive and weak-hearted. She trembles in fear whenever she sees someone suffering from the same illness she lost her mother to. And when her nanny died as well, Agnes seemed almost like a corpse. I know that I spoil her a lot, but I really can't help it. Dealing with her is more difficult for me than ruling over this empire." Kylo thought, "Is he asking me to watch what I say around her, even if she's technically my subordinate now?" The Emperor continued, "But she can't live like this forever." Kylo was shocked. The Emperor went on, "I heard that you contributed greatly on the front lines. Surely you, a man who fought bravely against demons, can make sure the Imperial princess behaves herself. I hope that through this she can finally experience how bitter life can be." Kylo asked, "Are you telling me not to treat her differently because she's the Imperial princess? But consider her the same as the rest of the knights in the Black Order, Your Majesty." The Emperor replied, "That is right. Just please don't tell her that you don't like her. That is all I ask." Kylo thought the Emperor's orders came as a surprise, but they're very powerful this time. If Princess Agnes does her duty and fulfills her role as a healer, and while doing so, she happens to catch the Emperor's attention, then this time for sure, I'll be able to deal a significant blow to the people who ignored me, my stepmother, and my half-siblings. This is also an opportunity to get back at the princess for all the harsh words she said to me before. Then Kylo said, "If she doesn't come, she'll regret it. But I also am not expecting her to show up." Just then, there was a knock at the door. The Imperial princess, Agnes Saint, has arrived. Both of them were shocked. Kylo said, "Come in." Agnes entered. Kylo thought, the princess actually came here of her own accord. I guess she hasn't realized what is going on yet. Then he said, "The Emperor has ordered me to treat you exactly the same as the other members of the Black Order while you are in uniform." He smirked and added, "So coming here in that uniform means that you are ready to kneel before me and accept my orders." "Correct, Miss Agnes Saint." She flinched, drooping her head. She said, "I believe that you can forget about how I treated you in the past and treat me the same as the other knights without bias." Kylo thought, is she trying to flatter me now? He wrote a document and then said, "This is your letter of appointment. From today onward, Miss Agnes Saint is officially a member of the Order of Black Knights." Kylo thought, but something feels off. I'm used to people looking down on me because I am a bastard child. But Princess Agnes didn't just look down on me. She glared at me as though I was a filthy insect. She made me feel as though I was the world's most useless trash. She normally isn't someone who would throw away her pride like this, even if she is afraid that the Emperor will abandon her. However, the princess before me today feels different somehow. What are you plotting? Agnes Saint. Agnes, looking at Kylo, thought, Kylo's sarcastic tone is awesome. How could someone be so handsome? His facial features are ethereal. How could his cold expression look so harmonious with the rest of his face? He also has the strongest and sexiest chest and torso ever. He totally lives up to his title as the most powerful person in the world. His handwriting is amazing as well, I thought. Aside from his personality, he's totally my type, she smirked, thinking. But that personality of his reminds me of a cat, so I love it anyway. Kylo narrowed his eyes and thought I knew it. She's definitely plotting something. Then Kylo said, "Well then, Agnes, let me give you your first mission." She gasped, her heart racing. "Will this be my first date with Kylo?" He continued, "The A15 region located on the eastern outskirts of the capital is to be restored soon after being destroyed by the war. However, before we send people over there to begin the restoration, the Black Order has been tasked with inspecting the area to make sure that no monsters are lingering around. I want you to go there alone." Hearing this, Jeremy was shocked. Kylo said, "I am curious to see how someone like you, who only knows how to put on dresses and look into mirrors, can fulfill your duty as a knight." Agnes flinched. Kylo added, "Oh, and you'll only be given one small pistol to defend yourself with." Agnes thought, he wants to send a healing mage, not someone suited for combat. With a single pistol into that kind of place alone. That's no different than telling me to die if I happen to run into a monster. Gloom settled over her. But that isn't what's important right now. I thought I would be going with Kylo, but if I have to go by myself, then it's not a date. Kylo thought I knew it. She's terrified. She said, "I will fulfill my duties." Then she left. Jeremy whispered to Kylo, "Will she really be all right? If she happens to run into a monster while by herself in the A15 region?" Kylo replied, "Then what?" "She'll probably run to the Emperor in tears," he smirked, thinking. I didn't tell Jeremy beforehand, but while he was checking in on our knights that were imprisoned, the inspection of the A15 region was already finished. I just didn't say anything about that because I wanted to intimidate the princess. The village is empty because all of the people were evacuated beforehand. The only thing that remains there are the buildings ruined during the war. But the most important thing is that she will constantly be on edge, never knowing when a monster might jump out at her. Even just experiencing something like that will prevent her from ever running her mouth in front of me again. Actually, if the Emperor hadn't given me those orders, I wouldn't have done something like this to someone who only just came of age. Then Kylo said, "Don't worry about this. You can leave now," he thought. "I doubt she'll run into anything dangerous." "Everything should be fine," Jeremy said. "Understood." Meanwhile, outside, Sirius had listened to all of this. He grit his teeth. "What?" Then Sirius slammed into Raymond's office, saying that Kylo Grey is actually insane. Raymond said, "Sirius? I thought you were here to make your report. What are you going on about?" Sirius replied, "The report isn't important right now. I heard something on my way here." Kylo Grey sent Princess Agnes to the A15 region all by herself. That place hasn't been fully inspected yet. How could he do such a thing to a lady? Also, I went to the weapons supply station just in case. And it turns out that Princess Agnes went out with only a single pistol. Raymond said, "It's true that Kylo Grey caused a few small problems on the battlefield because he wanted to claim all of the glory for himself. But he did everything so that it only ended in him receiving light punishments. He isn't someone who will do something recklessly without thinking it through. Also, there's no way that someone as power-hungry as he is would do something to anger the Emperor in that way." Sirius said, "That does make sense." Raymond continued, "Don't you think that this might be him trying to knock the princess down a few pegs?" Sirius replied, "But there's still that 1 in 1,000 chance, Captain. What will you do if the princess gets seriously hurt?" "I want to check in on her, but I have to go out on patrol soon." Raymond sighed and said, "All right, I'll go check on her myself." "So, you can go on your patrol in peace," Sirius said happily. "Really, Captain?" Then leaving, he added, "You should give Kylo Grey a piece of your mind while you're at it. He really thinks that the Black Order is on the same level as the White Order. How ridiculous." Raymond, "How long do I have to clean up after the princess when she was transferred to the Black Order?" "I was glad because I thought that I would no longer have to deal with her foolishness, but here she is dragging me into a mess on her first day with the Black Order. Perhaps this wasn't planned by Kylo Grey, but was instead plotted by the princess herself. That woman's selfish and blind interest in me is incredibly burdensome. I'm tired of it. At this point, I feel like I'd be willing to do anything as long as it means I can separate myself from her." He left. Meanwhile, Agnes reached the A15 region. "Phew. I guess this is it," she said. Meanwhile, as Agnes and Raymond made their way to Zone A15 in Kylo's office, a knight came and said, "Captain, I will go finish up the investigation of Zone A15 from yesterday." Kylo gasped, "What? Didn't you finish yesterday?" The knight replied confidently, "I just sent the report early. It's annoying to do it after." This was Victor Craven, a knight of the Black Order who had spent more time working out than learning basic education. Kylo shouted, "What?" Victor continued, "The person I was with yesterday suddenly caused a fuss. She said her cat disappeared and that I was hiding it in my coat. We returned after that, so I have to go to A15 again." Kylo sprang up from his chair, thinking, "Damn it, I shouldn't have counted on these idiots to do the job." If the investigation wasn't finished, then the princess. At Zone A15's gate, 2 knights stood guard. One gasped, "What are you doing here, Your Highness?" Agnes thought, "Hi. I guess they weren't told that I would be coming. A member of the Black Order coming here should obviously mean they're here to patrol. The fact that they asked me why I'm here means that Kylo sent me to a region that has already been checked." Showing them the order, she said, "I came on the captain's orders to patrol Zone A15. "Understood," the knight stammered, and they opened the gate as she stepped inside. One knight muttered, "Wasn't this place checked already?" Another said, "I don't know. Maybe they skipped an area." Walking in, Agnes thought, "I had a feeling that Kylo wouldn't do anything that would put me in danger. My little kitten might be a little mean, speak harshly, suffer from an inferiority complex, and be incredibly rude, but he's not a bad kitty. He probably did this just so that he could scare me a little. How adorable." She looked around and thought, "Anyway, this place is a wreck. I'm glad that the people were evacuated beforehand, so there weren't too many casualties." That was Raymond's doing. People weren't wrong when they praised him as the hero of the war. He used his incredible resourcefulness to anticipate where the demons would move to and what their plans were. Most of the battles he led ended in his victory. He was young, handsome, and even had the sad backstory of losing his parents to demons when he was young. He truly was a star that people couldn't help but praise. But because of how brightly he shone, the other knights had no choice but to be forgotten. Unlike Raymond, who was mostly in the back giving orders, Kylo was the one on the front line doing all the dirty work. And yet, no one praised him for it. "Once I get back, I should pretend to be terrified by what I saw," she imagined, saying weakly, "To think that you fought in a place like that. You truly are an amazing knight, Sir Kylo," and he would respond proudly, "I'm glad you've come to realize that." She smiled, pleased at the thought. Suddenly, she heard a rustle and flinched, catching sight of a black silhouette. Could it be a monster? Was this place not fully inspected yet? Or maybe it wasn't checked thoroughly enough. She closed her eyes. What do I do? Help me, Kylo. But then, meow. She opened her eyes and picked up the cat. Wait, it's just a cat. The little creature meowed again. It came to me so easily. It must be used to humans. Maybe its owners forgot to take it with them when they evacuated. She noticed it was hurt. I should heal it. She used her healing power, and the cat meowed happily. Smiling, Agnes said, "Good kitty. It doesn't hurt anymore, does it? Good timing. I was just getting bored. Would you like to patrol with me? I'll help you find your owner once we're done." Suddenly, a monster appeared. Her smile froze. She shuddered as it came toward her. That's not a cat. This is the real deal. Am I going to die again? Just like that. No, I don't want to. The monster leapt at her, but just in time, Kylo slashed it with a single blow. Blood splashed onto Agnes's face. Are you all right? Kylo asked. Agnes looked at him, her mouth gaping. Kylo saved me. I didn't mean to send you to a dangerous area. There was a mistake in the reports I received. I'm sorry, she said. Her horse had run away. He extended a handkerchief. You can wipe off the blood with this, she gasped. Kylo's handkerchief. She snatched it quickly. Kylo looked at her in shock, wondering, what's this? Has she lost her mind because of how scary that situation was? Are you hurt? Kylo asked, concerned. Oh no, I'm supposed to be incognito, Agnes thought, panicking. She stammered a little bit, glancing at him. She thought, it seems that the knights from the Black Order didn't do their job properly. I guess Kylo came running once he realized the mistake. She grinned inwardly. I'm super grateful to the knights that didn't do their job, though. This is my chance to enjoy a date with Kylo, she said. Since you're here, we can finish patrolling the area. She stopped at the sound of approaching horses. Raymond had arrived. She looked and froze. Raymond glanced at the blood on Agnes' face, then at the carcass of the monster. He dismounted from his horse, saying, as I thought, you made a mistake again, Kylo. Kylo gritted his teeth. Raymond extended his handkerchief. Please wipe the blood off of your face. Agnes took it and scrubbed her face with it. Seeing this, Kylo was shocked. Did she not use my handkerchief because she thought it was dirty? I've called for a carriage, Raymond said. So, please wait in there. Agnes walked toward the carriage, looking furious. She seems incredibly angry, Kylo thought. Does she think she lost her chance to be alone with Raymond because of me? It's not that I wanted to, Kylo Grey. Raymond said, I will let this go for today. But something like this must not happen again. The palace is not the battlefield. If you keep doing whatever you want, you won't be able to get what you desire. He's letting this slide. Who does he think he is? Acting like he's already the Imperial princess's husband or something. Kylo sneered. Sure, thanks a lot. I'll be sure to take your advice since you're the beloved hero of this empire. But don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? His Majesty put Princess Agnes under my authority. Why are you following her around? Have you become her nanny or something? Watch your words, Kylo, Raymond said coldly. And this is after you constantly denied Her Highness's courtship. Or was that all an act? Kylo pressed. Raymond didn't answer. He simply turned and left. Disgusting, Kylo thought. You pretend to be a noble knight, but I know what you're after. You want to capture the princess's heart and become the emperor's son-in-law. You think of me as trash for wanting power, but you and I are the same. I'll expose your filthy desires to the world someday. Mark my words, Raymond. Inside the carriage, Agnes pouted. What is this bastard doing here? This was my chance to have a romantic date with Kylo. Also, why are we riding in the same carriage? That reminds me, this is my first time meeting Raymond since I reincarnated into this world. He's good looking, but he's not my type. For starters, his chest is way too small. And he's, well, I guess you could say he feels like someone born and raised as a noble. I like men who are a little more wild and rough around the edges. And he's also too perfect. It's unrealistic. But I still need to pretend I like Raymond. So, time to activate my dead fish eyes. Why did you come here? She asked gently. Raymond Spencer, as everyone knew, was the jewel Agnes Saint had desired the most. No one would believe she had suddenly changed her preferences if I tell her the truth. Raymond thought in his mind, she was already saying, you were worried about me. I knew it. You have feelings for me too. Instead, he said, the reason I came here today was to tell you to please not do anything that would taint the reputation of the Imperial Palace any further. Please stop chasing after me and show everyone you can be a proper example as a member of the Imperial family. So, what I should do right now is become a woman tired of chasing after her love, Agnes thought. You're telling me to stop being annoying and act properly, correct? She said aloud. He blinked in surprise. I know that my actions toward you annoyed you greatly, she continued, her voice trembling. I will no longer get in your way, Sir Raymond. He flinched. I'll pretend I'm hurt by his words and slowly distance myself, she thought. I am glad to hear that. Raymond said, I believe you will complete your duties properly from now on. Of course. So, you don't have to come and see me again like this, she said, still sounding hurt. Thanks to you. My date plans were ruined, she thought bitterly as they arrived. She said, please excuse me now, and stepped down from the carriage. Did she change methods because her previous ones couldn't get my attention, or was she actually hurt by my words? It doesn't matter. As long as she doesn't bother me anymore. I haven't felt this relieved in a long time, Raymond thought. Please take me to the Crown Prince's palace, he told the coachman. Yes, my lord. Later in the Crown Prince's palace, Damien listened to Raymond's account. Something like that happened. Yes, it seems that Sir Kylo wants revenge on Her Highness. Raymond said, that makes sense. Damien thought, Agnes was horrible to people of lower status for a long time. Well, it's fine as long as it wasn't a big deal. She wasn't hurt after all, Damien said. Understood, Your Highness. It's not like I can go against something the Emperor decided on, Damon thought. And honestly, Agnes needs to suffer a bit. The thing that bothers me about this incident is Agnes said that she wouldn't annoy you anymore? He asked, shocked. She said that to your face? Yes, Raymond replied. But I can't really believe she meant it. Well, spouting nonsense is a bad habit of hers. Because of that, she'll eventually become a stumbling block for you, Your Highness. He's right, Damien thought. Agnes is a ticking time bomb, but no one can predict when and where she'll explode. Still, she's not someone I need to try to get rid of. She's just an arrogant and extravagant stumbling block. I wish she would hurry up and get married so that she leaves the palace. However, our proud citizens aren't happy about the idea of a member of our imperial family marrying someone from a different nation. Because of that, I have been looking for a suitable husband for Agnes, who is also a citizen of our empire. The person I found is my most trusted subject and my close friend. I figured that if she married Raymond Spencer, she couldn't really ask for anything more. Raymond said, the princess has not made a good impression on the nobles. It would not do for you to continue to tolerate her actions when they are giving the imperial family a bad reputation. Damien continued thinking, this guy, even if what he's saying is true. She's my little sister as well as a girl who is obviously interested in him. Isn't he being a bit too harsh? It's true that sometimes I complain about Agnes's behavior as well. But I'm her older brother. I'm not just some random outsider. Then Damien said, clearing his throat, still, she has said that she will not bother you anymore. We should wait and see what happens. So there is no need for you to openly complain about her behavior to me anymore. Raymond bowed his head. Understood. While it seemed like their conversation came to an end, the incident revolving around Raymond Spencer did not end here. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Princess's palace, Emma and Chloe cried out. Your Highness, what in the world happened to you? Chloe said anxiously. Did you run into a monster while patrolling? Emma asked. There are bloodstains. Are you hurt? Agnes glanced at them and thought, Emma and Chloe, my ladies-in-waiting, are known as the most gossipy people in high society. That means... Then Agnes said, I almost got into trouble, but I'm safe thanks to Sir Kylo's efforts. Agnes thought, using these two, I'll make Kylo's reputation go up. If these two spread rumors that Kylo Grey heroically saved my life. Emma said, Kylo Grey? Are you talking about that man? Are you sure he didn't make a mistake that put you in a dangerous situation, Your Highness? Chloe said, she's right. If he had done his job properly in the first place, this wouldn't have happened at all. Agnes froze, thinking, huh? This isn't what I wanted. Chloe continued, Knights of the Black Order have been imprisoned more than a few times because of the problems they caused, even on the battlefield. Also, while I was passing by the Knight's quarters, I ran into Sir Kylo. But instead of greeting me, he glared at me with those terrifying eyes of his. You can't trust someone like that, Your Highness, Agnes thought. I expected it to an extent, but to think that Kylo's reputation was this bad. I guess my plans to make Kylo's reputation go up will take longer than I thought. Then Agnes said, I think I was mistaken about Sir Kylo in the past. He's actually quite trustworthy, and he did save my life. Emma said, but you came back with Sir Raymond, didn't you, Your Highness? Agnes thought, I can still put my other plan into action. Then she said, please don't mention Sir Raymond in front of me from now on. Emma gasped, what? Did something happen between you and Sir Raymond, Your Highness? Agnes grinned internally. Chloe said, please tell us. Agnes then said tearfully, it's something I shouldn't be telling you two in detail. It's just I can be hurt too, you know. I'm tired now, she thought. I'll become the girl who is exhausted after being rejected too many times for you all. Then Agnes said, I'd like to rest now. I feel a bit queasy after getting splattered with blood. Chloe said, of course. Please lie down, Your Highness. Emma said as they left, please don't worry about anything and get some rest. Agnes smirked and thought, all right, my adorable little birdies. Go and spread some rumors for me. However, what actually happened wasn't quite what Agnes had planned. Outside, Emma said, I wonder what happened. Her Highness used to never stop talking about Sir Raymond, but now she doesn't even want to hear his name being mentioned. Something awful must have happened. Chloe said, you know as well as I do that the princess treats her people well. We do suffer a bit because of her personality, but we get a lot of benefits from the Imperial Palace because of that. We also know that the princess has given Sir Raymond countless gifts. Emma said, does that mean Sir Raymond did something? Chloe said, do you think perhaps he let out a stream of curses at her? Emma said, no way. Sir Raymond wouldn't, Chloe said, but think about it. Sir Raymond has turned the princess down multiple times now, but Her Highness has never been this depressed about it. If it was enough to make our princess act like this, it has to be more than just a simple rejection. Emma said, that's true. How could someone who calls himself a knight ever do something like that? Chloe said, I know, right? He received all of those gifts, but he repays her by hurting her like that. Emma said, I feel really bad for the princess. Agnes simply wanted a rumor that the Imperial princess was hurt by Sir Raymond and gave up on him to go around. But thanks to her ladies in waiting who love to gossip, the rumor became a little distorted. Nobles started talking. How serious would it have to be for someone as calm as him to do something like that? I had no idea Sir Raymond could say things like that. He said that he would rather marry dandruff and dust on the ground than her. Right. Apparently, he also said that the servants' quarters are a better fit for her than the Imperial Palace. Seeing Raymond going, one whispered, look, it's Sir Raymond. Another said, I can't believe he can walk past the princess's palace so nonchalantly like this. Raymond Spencer suddenly became the man who cursed out the Imperial princess so hard that he pierced her heart with a wooden stake. And that rumor even reached the ears of someone completely unexpected. The Emperor furiously said, what? How dare that stupid Spencer boy hurt my poor daughter? That nasty little, the attendant said, please calm down, Your Majesty. The source of these rumors hasn't been discovered yet. But the Emperor didn't hear him. He was thinking furiously. The men of the Spencer family are truly despicable. The Spencer Dooku family is one of the 4 Dooku families of this empire. They have a great reputation and are rich enough that no one could touch them. However, I have hated that Duke Spencer for a long time because he was the Empress's first love. That bastard even interrupted our wedding ceremony, saying that he was against our marriage. Thankfully, the Empress had already abandoned her feelings for him. But I can't forget the rage I felt that day. But Damien, that rascal, got along with that man's son. He doesn't realize how I feel about their family. And Agnes even fell for that man's son as well. I really hated the idea of Agnes marrying that stupid man's son. I wanted to prevent it from happening even if the sky fell or if someone threw dirt into my eyes to stop me. But I decided to be okay with it. I wanted to believe that the son would not be like his father. But he dared to hurt my daughter's feelings. That stupid nasty boy? The attendant said, "Please calm down, Your Majesty." "This could be a good sign," the emperor asked. "A good sign?" The attendant said, "Yes." According to the princess's ladies-in-waiting, Her Highness was so hurt by this that she ordered them to never mention Sir Raymond's name in front of her again. "Isn't this a sign that the princess has given up on Sir Raymond for good?" the emperor thought. "Oh, he has a point," then the emperor said, clearing his throat. "So, you're saying that there's no one in high society that hasn't heard about this rumor?" The attendant said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Even someone who does not participate in high society events would have heard about this. As the attendant said, Kylo had also heard the rumor. He raised his eyebrow, thinking, that guy cursed out the princess. Later, Kylo was practicing with his sword when he heard a knight call out, "Sir Raymond." Kylo looked at him and thought, "Raymond Spencer, I hated him from the beginning. He was a high-ranking noble, well-cultured and educated. He was born with everything that I wished I had but never got. And along with all of that, he looked at me, a person who had no choice but to struggle because I had nothing, as trash that was blinded by power." It was as though trying to understand the struggle of someone who climbed their way up from rock bottom was not even worth his time. In his office, Kylo was thinking, that guy is cursing out the Imperial princess now. How mean, the captain of the White Order, the Order of Knights that protects the Imperial family, treated someone from the Imperial family as someone below him just because she had feelings for him. But why did someone who always pretends to be noble suddenly throw off his mask like that? Was he angry because of the accident that almost happened? Was he venting his anger out on the princess? Wait, does that mean that I'm the reason why the princess cried? I thought it would feel good to hear that someone as proud as her shed tears. But if it was my mistake, it bothers me. I feel uncomfortable. It would also be a pain if the emperor punished me because of this incident. I should formally apologize. The problem is I have no idea how to talk to women. Every woman who had encountered him so far had a reaction. The commoners whispered, eyes wide, "That man is covered in blood." The noble women murmured among themselves, "Of course, he's a mercenary. He doesn't know proper etiquette at all." Even his own subordinates seemed uneasy. Backing away as he addressed her, he continued thinking, "Actually, I am below the princess in status unless she is wearing the uniform of the Black Order. There's no way I could ever approach her first. What do I do about this situation?" Suddenly, someone knocked. Kylo said, "Come in." The door opened and Agnes entered. He flinched. "Oh, Agnes, I mean Your Highness." Agnes thought, "Your Highness? Why isn't he calling me Miss Agnes?" "Oh, is it because of this?" My ladies-in-waiting made a big fuss while putting this cape over me. "Does he think me being in uniform doesn't count when I'm wearing this cape?" Kylo's so innocent. How adorable. Then Kylo said, "Your Highness, I apologize for putting you in danger with my negligence. I promise you that something like this will never happen again." She thought, "I didn't come here for this, but since Kylo's going this far, I should probably play along." Then she said, "I will punish you severely if something like this does happen again." She completed in her thoughts, for example, a life sentence of being in my arms. Kylo said, "Thank you for your mercy." Then she said, "So, could you please tell me what happened to the area we could not finish patrolling last time?" Kylo thought, formal speech. I suppose she wants me to treat her as a member of the Order now. Then Kylo replied, "Victor Craven, the one in charge of patrolling that area in the first place, finished it up." She said excitedly, "Where is the next mission then?" Thinking of it as the next date location, he said, "We don't have anything planned for the time being, so just participate in training for now." She said, disappointed, "Yes, sir." Then he said, "That reminds me, you didn't get a chance to meet the other members of the Order yet," Agnes thought. The other Knights of the Black Order. The novel never really mentioned the other members of the Black Order in detail. He said, "I'll introduce you to them." "So follow me," she replied. "Yes, sir," she thought. "I wonder what kind of people they are." Then they reached them. Kylo said, "Attention. Let me introduce you to the newest member of our order. I'm sure you all know about Her Highness Agnes Saint, the princess of our empire. From now on, she will be working as a member of the Black Order alongside us." Agnes said, "It's nice to meet all of you. I was only ordered to be under Sir Kylo's authority." But I will allow all of you to treat me as a fellow member of your order while I am in uniform. Victor said stiffly, "Nice to meet you." "I am Victor Craven." Another said shyly, "My name is Anna Mantros." Agnes glanced at the empty room and said, "Are there really only 2 other members at the moment?" Kylo shook his head. "Of course not. The ones that stole from banks during the war, killed their enemies amidst the confusion, or tried to use the demon carcasses to create magic tools have all been imprisoned for the most part. The only people left are the 2 here and 2 more that are currently fulfilling their duties. There are 6 of us total at the moment," Agnes thought, "and you somehow still managed to control them up to this point." Then Kylo turned to leave. "You may all train at your own discretion now." Agnes gasped and thought, "You're leaving already? I thought we'd be together all day once I joined this order. Nothing is going the way I wanted to." Then Anna, holding up her cat, tapped Agnes's shoulder. Agnes looked at it and thought, "This cat is from that time." Then Anna said, "My Coco wanted to say thank you." Agnes thought, "Her voice is so soft that I can't hear her." She said, "Huh? What?" Anna jolted and scurried behind the sofa. Agnes said, "Did I startle you?" "I'm sorry," Agnes thought. Humans that have been zombified due to monsters or demons have blackened bodies and red eyes. Because of that, people with black hair and red eyes were heavily persecuted after the demons appeared. I wonder if that's the reason why she is so shy. Then Anna said, "Coco wanted to say thank you for saving him." Agnes said sweetly, "This cat's name is Coco." "How cute. I didn't know he belonged to a member of this order. I'm glad he's safe." Then Agnes smiled at her and thought, "I didn't mean to, but maybe it's a good thing that I managed to win her favor." Victor said, "I'm glad you found it." Agnes glanced at their weapons and thought, "This has been bothering me for a while now. What should I say? What are those terrifying things?" Then she asked aloud, Who do those things belong to?" Victor picked up his and said, "This is my weapon." Agnes said, "I see," and the one beside it. Anna quickly went toward it, saying, "That one is my weapon." She picked it up and said, "You can take a look if you want." "Shall I show you how it works?" Agnes faltered and said, "No, you don't have to." Anna, without listening to her, explained, "This weapon has 5 blades stacked together with monster poison applied on the tips of each blade. You can grind up a monster's bones in 1 second with this." Agnes thought, why can she suddenly speak perfectly well? Agnes sweated, finally experiencing fear of the Black Order for the first time. Then she said, "I see. I would like a weapon as well." "Where do I go to get one?" Anna said, "If you go to the weapons supply station, a craftsman will make one for you." "Shall I come with you?" Agnes replied, "That would be appreciated." The reason why the Empire could develop their magic engineering skills is thanks to the purple mana stones buried in the Empire soil. The first Emperor took these ores, the ones everyone else thought were just rocks, and combined them with his special mana to turn them into mana stones. The first Emperor experienced an awakening thanks to these mana stones, and with one bright light, he sealed all of the demons underground. After thousands of years passed, the demons started appearing above ground again. Because of that, the citizens of the Empire began to use these mana stones to create weapons, believing that someday a member of the Imperial family who could use power like the first Emperor would reappear. Then they reached the weapons supply station. Seeing her, the craftsman trembled and asked, "What are you doing here, Your Highness?" Agnes said, "I came to request a weapon to be made for me." "Can you do that right now?" The craftsman answered, "Of course. Please come this way. You need to select a mana stone that matches your mana's wavelength to create the most optimal weapon. Please pick a mana stone from here and hold it in your hand." Anna said, "When you find a mana stone that matches your mana's wavelength, your hand feels really hot." Agnes said, "Is that so?" She thought, "This sounds a lot like Harry Potter. My role is more like Malfoy though. I'll just pick one." But she didn't feel anything. Then she picked several others. She said all of them feel cool to the touch. Then the craftsman brought out a box and said, "In that case, please take a look at this one, Your Highness. This is a special mana stone that is used when making weapons for the Emperor's personal guards." Agnes said, "For the Emperor's personal guard? But weapons made of mana stones can't harm humans." Isn't that rather impractical for guards to use? The craftsman explained, that is true, but these days, the weapons are made using a combination of mana stones and other things. That way they can be used on both humans and monsters. Agnes said, I see. Is it possible for other countries to replicate these weapons? The craftsman laughed, absolutely not. The weapons have binding spells on them that are set to destroy the weapon if they are ever taken apart. Agnes said, excellent. I guess I won't have to worry about enemy nations using our weapons then. The craftsman thought, Imperial Princess Agnes. The rumor said that she was immature and violent, but now that I'm seeing her in person, I can see that she deeply cares for our empire. I guess you really can't judge people before you meet them for yourself. Then Agnes reached out and touched the mana stone. She gasped and quickly pulled her hand back. The craftsman said, it seems to match your mana wavelength quite well. It may feel hot, but it will never burn you. What kind of weapon would you like? Agnes said, what kind? She thought, of course, a world that combines steampunk with magic means I need a cane gun. Obviously. After some time, she came out with her gun. She thought, I was wondering how my request would turn out since I asked for a gun that looks like a cane. But this design is great, and it feels light too. Anna said, you seem to be improving quickly. I'm sure you'll do well on the battlefield, too, Agnes said. Yep, though I'll have to wait to use it until we get another mission. Then she thought, actually, forget missions. I haven't been able to see Kylo at all recently. Anna and Victor seem to have all the free time in the world. Why is Kylo so busy? I miss him so much. Then Anna started talking about slashing monsters with madness in her eyes. She said, I'll show you if we get a chance to go on a mission together. It's really refreshing, Victor said, I'm tired. Let's go now, Agnes thought. I take back what I said just now. I can't trust these two to handle anything. I would just do everything myself too. Anyway, I don't have anything to do, and people tend to avoid me. It is relaxing, but I'm starting to get really bored. Anna said, have a safe trip back, Your Highness. Agnes replied, you too. On her way, she glanced at a garden and thought, that place is reserved for the Order of White Knights. But there are people there. She crept closer, thinking, I was just thinking that I needed something to do. This is great. Who cares if they catch me eavesdropping? I'm the Imperial Princess. She peered at them and thought, oh, I see a lot of familiar faces. That's Saint Liliana, the one who fought Hazel Devon for the place of female lead in the novel. She's so pretty, Liliana said. Are you saying that it's possible that the Emperor sent Princess Agnes to the Black Order in order to empower the other three orders? Agnes thought. Their topic of conversation is interesting, too. They're talking about me. Liliana said, no way. The person who suffered the most was Sir Raymond. How could His Majesty do that to him? Hugo, sweating, said, talking about a decision that His Majesty made behind his back like this could be considered as an act of treason. Liliana said, that's not fair. Agnes thought, Saint Liliana is a commoner, so of course it would be difficult for her to remember all of these ridiculous rules for nobles. I understand. Then Liliana said, by the way, I heard that Sir Raymond cursed out the princess. Is this true? According to recent rumors, it is. Agnes thought, the only person answering Liliana's questions was Hugo. Diana and Sirius looked kind of annoyed. Hugo replied to Liliana, according to her ladies-in-waiting, she was crying when she told them to leave the Imperial Princess's palace. Agnes thought, I understand why Diana might feel uncomfortable considering their topic of conversation. But why is Sirius, someone who is obsessed with women, acting like this toward Liliana? Oh, I remember. Sirius is a playboy who flirts like an addict, but he cares about noble titles so much that commoner women are an exception to his obsession. Liliana chuckled and said, it's a shame, but it's also quite interesting. She hurt other people so much, but she starts crying as soon as she's the one getting insulted. Diana sighed and said, I think we should stop talking about the princess now. We don't know who might be listening after all. Liliana said, what? Why do you act like this every time I say something, Miss Lennox? She said it as I thought. Do you feel uncomfortable around me because I am a commoner who doesn't understand noble etiquette? She quivered, putting her hands on her mouth. Drawing sympathy, Hugo said, "You went too far, Vice Captain. Please apologize to the Saintists." Agnes, seeing Liliana, thought, "Oh ho, you look even more pitiful if your shoulders shake like that. Huh? I need to learn that skill." But what is this feeling? Was the Saint always that kind of character? She seemed like an angel when she was around Raymond, but she was actually really good at aggravating other people. She thought, astonished, this is a pretty appealing character trait. The chaos of court life unfolded around Agnes, like a scene she had already read somewhere, and yet everything felt far too real. The moment began when Liliana, pretending to be innocent, said, "The angelic saint is actually a schemer." Why didn't the author reveal this tasty tidbit of information to the readers? Sirius, furious, shot back, "You all hate me because I'm a commoner, don't you?" Hugo glared at him sharply and said, "Hey, Sirius, did you just raise your voice at the Saintist?" Before the tension could thicken, a calm voice cut in. "What are you all talking about?" Agnes immediately recognized it. The female lead of the novel, the pure first love of many. Diana beamed and said, "It's Hazel Devon." When asked about her mission, Hazel replied, "It went well." Liliana chimed in quickly, "It's only natural since I went with the captain." As the conversation continued, Hazel asked, "And where is Sir Raymond?" And when told he had gone to the barracks, she added with a smile, "Did you hear the rumors, too, Miss Hazel?" Did Sir Raymond say anything about it? Liliana, inwardly calling her a sly fox, outwardly insisted, "I believe that it is a false rumor." Hazel defended him too, saying, "Sir Raymond isn't someone who would curse at anyone like that." But someone noted, "You never know. The captain despises people who annoy him as much as he hates demons." Hazel only grinned while Liliana glared. Watching it all, Agnes thought, "I have front row seats for observing this love triangle." After a moment, Liliana excused herself politely. Hugo stepped forward and said, "I'll escort you back, Saint." Agnes observed him, thinking about how the novel portrayed Hugo as a man with a one-sided love, yet in person, he seemed intensely devoted, almost like a simp for his favorite. Sirius, tired, announced, "I'm tired, so I'll be going as well. You should all head back, too." Agnes waited for everyone to leave before turning to go herself, but a small rustle escaped her. Sirius, hearing it, gasped and drew his sword. "Who goes there?" he demanded. Agnes froze as he approached, pressing the blade to her neck until recognition struck him. "Your Highness," quickly withdrawing the sword, he bowed. "My apologies." He hesitated, then asked, "Did you hear everything?" Panic raced through his thoughts. But Agnes simply said, "Make sure you're the only one who knows that I heard everything." Shocked, Sirius repeated, "What?" And she answered, "I don't want to cause any more trouble." Sirius stared at her, wondering if the rumors were true as he asked, "Were the rumors true?" "That on the day of your first mission, Sir Raymond." Agnes tried to convince herself, "I was hurt. I am heartbroken." Sirius continued, "The rumors that Sir Raymond said he would rather marry a piece of garbage on the ground and that you were more suited for the servants' quarters than the Imperial palace, said to you." Agnes, horrified, thought, "Wait, when did the story blow up like that? I was going for a simple heartbroken woman act." Aloud, she managed, "He didn't say that." "It's just," Sirius pressed, "What did he say then?" Her mind spiraled. If she told the truth, no one would believe she had given up on Raymond. If she lied, she would feel guilty, and if caught, her reputation would shatter even further. So she whispered, "I don't want to recall what happened that day." Sirius assumed she was protecting the captain's reputation, thinking she was noble for lying. Agnes, meanwhile, apologized mentally to the protagonist, thinking, "Most people will still be on your side, so good luck." She ended with, "Anyway, make sure to keep what happened today a secret before leaving." Sirius, alone, muttered in disbelief, "No way. The captain actually did something like that." Elsewhere, Anna and Victor walked back to the Black Order's office when Kylo appeared. "Were you out training?" he asked. Anna answered, "Yes." Victor explained, "We were testing out the new recruit's weapon with her." Kylo flinched, asking, "You were training with with Miss Agnes. Did she torment you at all?" Anna shook her head. "Of course not. She's a good person. She's always kind to Coco as well, Kylo thought. She abuses people without remorse, but is kind to animals? Anna continued. She also listened to me talk about monsters. Kylo was stunned. Agnes had listened to topics even he couldn't tolerate. Then he paused, realizing Anna and Victor rarely entered the Imperial Palace and had no preconceived notions about the princess. Maybe they were the only ones seeing her for who she truly was. He pictured her again, confused by how different she seemed from her reputation. Victor interrupted his thoughts. By the way, Captain, you hardly ever leave your office. Why are you out here? Kylo exhaled slowly, thinking he'd discover her true nature soon enough. Then he replied, I have news. Tell Miss Agnes when you run into her as well. I'm going to give her a new mission. Including myself, all members of the Black Order that are currently residing in the capital will be going. Later, Sirius stood alone, weighed down by thoughts he couldn't shake. I was a childhood playmate of the Crown Prince, he reflected, so I spent a lot of time at the Imperial Palace. The Princess Agnes I saw during that time was different from the get-go. She was prideful, authoritarian, and threw tantrums whenever she didn't get what she wanted. But as he grew older, he began to see what lay beneath her temper. All of her actions were a cry for love and attention. She lost her mother and nanny when she was little. Her father was always busy, and her only sibling acted coldly toward her. She also couldn't make friends with other children easily because of her social status. She was distanced from everyone she had a close relationship with. The princess was always lonely. That loneliness was the reason those who watched her grow couldn't truly hate her. They all knew she had grown up alone in a palace full of people. Even the captain knew it, and yet he still treated her harshly. How could he spout curses at her like that? Sirius paused mid-thought. Huh? Wait. If it was the day the princess went out on her first mission, that was the day I nagged the captain to go check on her. I was worried about her. If I didn't send the captain that way, they would have never run into each other. And if they didn't run into each other, the princess wouldn't have had to hear all of those harsh words. That means this is all my fault. What do I do? Meanwhile, in the Imperial banquet hall, the Emperor and Agnes were calmly eating. The Emperor glanced at his daughter and thought, my Agnes, I haven't seen her in a while, but she looks thinner than usual. I understand why, though. According to the reports I've been receiving, Agnes has been attending every practice session of the Black Order without fail. I suppose putting her under Kylo Gay's authority was the best thing for her. His heart warmed. When did my adorable little squirrel grow to be so dignified? Agnes, feeling his gaze, frowned internally. I feel like the Emperor is thinking something weird again. But I have another reason for looking this gaunt. It's because she stood abruptly and said aloud, Please excuse me, Father. I need to prepare for tomorrow's mission. Excitement stirred in her chest. That's right. The mission I've been waiting for has finally arrived. I can finally say goodbye to the days where I had to survive only on Kylo's scent embedded in his handkerchief. I'll be going on a trip with my favorite character for 4 days and 3 nights. I haven't been able to sleep well these past few days because I was so excited. But I'm not tired at all. She was practically glowing as she thought. I even snuck a mini camera inside my cape for today. Then she noticed something and narrowed her eyes. That's the White Order's luggage cart. They're leaving today too, huh? She glared harder. I heard they were dispatched to the closest location. The Black Order has to go to the farthest one, though. And why are they taking so much luggage? Are you guys moving or something? Her irritation grew. First, they make Kylo act as a meat shield during the war. And now they're making him travel to the farthest location to work him to the bone. The person responsible for dividing the work like this is definitely the general of the 4 orders and captain of the White Order, Raymond Spencer. Thinking about it that way, I feel less bad about that rumor going around about him. Just then, Raymond appeared in front of her, stopping her thoughts cold. He stared at her and she paused under his gaze. What? Why is he looking at me like that? Before she could overthink, she quickly dismissed him in her mind. Who cares about Raymond? Where is Kylo? Spotting the Black Order, she hurried over. Kylo greeted her calmly. There you are, Miss Agnes. We're all gathered now. So, I'll explain one more time. We are traveling to Zone SP3, the location that suffered the most damage during the war. We're going to encourage and heal the people at the evacuation shelter there, and patrolling the village, which needs to be restored, is our top priority. We are traveling a long distance to get to this region, so we will be traveling with soldiers as well. If we're all ready, let's get going. Agnes brightened instantly. Yes, sir. Seeing her cheerful expression, Kylo sighed inwardly. Does she think we're going on a picnic or something? He continued aloud, this mission will be pretty difficult. The monster you encountered before will be coming out in herds this time around. Agnes didn't hesitate. She stepped closer to him and said, Is that so? Then I should stay right by your side where it's safe, Captain. Kylo froze, misinterpreting everything. This is her telling me that I should protect her so that something like last time doesn't happen again, right? In his mind, he imagined her threatening, You know what my father will do to you if I get hurt, don't you? Disappointed, he thought, I thought that maybe I had overcome the prejudice she held toward me for a moment there, but Princess Agnes is definitely consistent. Agnes, already ahead of him, called out, What are you doing over there, Captain? Didn't you say that we should get going? Kylo exhaled deeply. This is no different from babysitting, he thought as he followed after her. Later, as night settled over the camp during their travels, Kylo announced, We'll spend the night here and resume travel tomorrow morning. I'll look around this area so the rest of you can start preparing the tents. Yes, sir, the soldiers replied before dashing off to set up camp with practiced ease. Agnes watched them work and blinked in surprise. Everyone seems to be doing so well without any specific orders. I can't just sit around doing nothing, but this is my first time spending the night outside, so I don't know what to do. Suddenly, something caught her eye. She stepped forward excitedly and said, Hey, can't we eat this? A nearby soldier stared at her, confused. Huh? What are you, Your Highness? Agnes clenched her fists with determination. All right, this is my first time camping out, so I'll work hard to prepare a feast for everyone. By the time Kylo returned from his patrol, the scene before him left him stunned. I just got back from patrolling, but what the hell is going on here? His entire unit was sitting around a cheerful campfire, cracking open lobsters, laughing and chatting like lifelong friends. Our dinner was supposed to be beef jerky and soup. Where did those lobsters come from? And since when are the soldiers, who were complaining earlier, suddenly best friends with the princess? One soldier sighed happily, I never thought we could eat this well on the road. Thank you, Your Highness. Kylo stiffened. Did the princess complain about the meal and force the soldiers to catch lobsters for her? I can't believe it. She shouldn't be wasting our manpower like that. Does she really think this is a picnic? Another soldier exclaimed, I thought you could only eat stuff like this at high-class restaurants. Agnes only smiled brightly, pleased with their enjoyment. Victor waved Kylo over. Oh, Captain, please have some. Kylo sat down beside them and muttered, All right, inwardly, he reasoned, Well, I suppose this is better than everyone being demoralized. The next day, after hours of travel, the Black Order finally reached the evacuation shelter in Zone SP3. Villagers murmured anxiously amongst themselves. Did you hear? The Imperial Princess and the Black Order are coming today. Why did it have to be the princess? I heard the Saint was going to the place near the capital. No one in our village was demonized. Still, I'm already nervous knowing that the Black Order is going to be here. But now the princess too. Another villager whispered fearfully, I heard the princess even tormented the saints. I hope she doesn't treat us villagers like slaves. Before the rumors spiraled further, someone spotted the approaching group. The knights are here. The village chief hurried forward. Welcome, Sir Kylo. We were waiting for you. I'm glad, Kylo replied. Can you give me a report on the sick and wounded? Of course. Please come this way. As they walked, a young girl saw Agnes and gasped. Whoa, I've never seen anyone so beautiful before. Maybe the saintess changed her mind and came here. A boy scoffed. You idiot. The saint has black hair. Then who is that? Could it be the princess? Would a member of the Imperial family really come on horseback? Surely she'd come in a carriage. Agnes dismounted and smiled gently as she approached the children. Children, can you tell me where the injured people are? The girl pointed. They're inside that building. Really? Thank you, Agnes said warmly. Inside, Agnes reminded herself of the knowledge she had studied carefully. There are 2 types of illnesses caused by demons. Demonization turns your skin dark and ashen, and you lose your humanity entirely. Only the saintest can purify those. The second illness doesn't take away your humanity, but causes incurable skin necrosis. Only light mages can cure it, and I, Agnes Saint, am the youngest light mage to exist. Her eyes gleamed with purpose. That means this is my chance to change Kylo's perception of me. Please wait, everyone in Zone SP3. I'm coming to save you. Meanwhile, Anna came rushing to Kylo. Captain. What is it? He asked. Anna stammered, well, you see, something terrible has happened. The water supply to this place has been completely cut off. Apparently, only water that has been mixed with monster blood has been coming out of their water sources for the past 2 days. Kylo's expression hardened. It appears there is a problem with the river running through the village. Anna shook her head. All other sources are filled with bloody water as well. Damn it, Kylo thought. We assumed we wouldn't need to bring clean water because a river runs through this area. That reminds me, Princess Agnes is a powerful mage who can purify things. She's never used her abilities for others, though. I don't know if she'll agree to help us that easily. Aloud, he asked, where is Miss Agnes right now? Victor answered, she went inside the building earlier. Geez, I really can't leave her alone for 2 seconds, can I? Kylo burst into a run. If the princess does anything to the injured, it'll cause chaos. And if that happens, the Emperor will pin all of the blame on me. He reached the building and paused at the sound of crying. What trouble could she have caused in such a short amount of time? Was she pretending to be calm all this time just for this moment? He pushed open the door. Light filled the room, soft, brilliant, and warm. It washed over the wounded, healing them in mere moments. Thank the gods. My arm is back to normal, someone cried. Thank you so much, another whispered. It's a miracle. Kylo stood frozen, utterly stunned. Agnes turned toward him, glowing with gentle radiance. With a bright smile, she said, Oh, Captain, you're here. A villager exclaimed, the princess healed us. Thank you for the Imperial family's blessing. Another added, Thank you, Your Highness. Agnes smiled gently. I am simply doing my duty as a member of the Order and following the commands of the captain. Thank you so much, Sir Kylo, they said. Kylo blinked in surprise. Your Highness. Villagers cheered, hooray. You two are our heroes. Agnes turned to Kylo. Captain, did you need me for something? Kylo explained, apparently, the water source for this area has been contaminated. Can you purify it, though? You just used large-scale healing magic, so you probably don't have the energy. Agnes gasped, this is my chance for skinship. She staggered slightly and squeezed his arm. I do feel a bit dizzy, he said. You should take a break, she said quickly. No, I think I'll be fine if I could just lean on you for a moment. I'll be able to purify the water immediately. Let's head to the river now, Kylo thought. It may take a while to get to the river if I have to support her like this. He sighed and lifted her into his arms. Agnes blushed, glancing at his face. What's happening right now? When they reached the river, the village chief frowned. It's even worse than this morning. Kylo nodded. I see. Then he looked at Agnes in his arms and thought, she clung to me without a fuss the whole way here. Her condition must be pretty bad right now. I suppose she feels a sense of duty as the Imperial princess, seeing how she wants to purify the river even in her current state. But isn't she hugging me a little too tightly? Agnes thought, I want to be fossilized like this. Kylo cleared his throat. Miss Agnes, are you sure you are able to purify the water now? She looked at the river and replied, it might not be possible for me to purify this much water in one go. For now, I think it would be better if I purified the water that is needed immediately and then take a break. It would also be good if we could get rid of whatever is causing the contamination as well. Could you gather some of the water for me to purify? All right, Kylo said. Soldiers quickly filled barrels from the river and stacked them together. One announced, "We've filled them all, Your Highness." Agnes raised her hand over the barrels and called upon her light magic. A warm glow enveloped the water, purifying it within seconds. Kylo instructed, everyone take the oak barrels to the evacuation shelter and ration the water to everyone there. Agnes thought in awe, wow, I honestly wasn't confident in my skills, but I was able to purify all of the water in one go. Kylo asked Agnes, did you really have this much power? Are you all right? You look pale. Are you feeling dizzy again? He continued, concerned. Agnes swayed slightly. I am a bit tired. I think I need help walking like last time. I have a chance to be carried by Kylo again, she thought. This dizziness is nothing. Suddenly, she staggered. Huh? I thought I was going to be okay. Kylo shouted urgently, Miss Agnes, what's the matter? He scooped her into his arms. Everyone find a place we can move Her Highness to immediately. Memories of her previous life flashed before Agnes. She remembered girls whispering behind her back, hey, why is she always alone? You don't know who she is? Her mom had her through an affair. Apparently, she ditched her daughter and left home. Her father is infamous too. I heard he got drunk and smashed all of the shop windows in their neighborhood. If her family caused that much trouble, she should be apologizing wherever she goes. She also doesn't have anyone to contact, but she's always looking at her phone. How creepy. I feel uncomfortable around her. Gross. I was a loner for years because of what my parents did, but I never got used to it. Still, Kylo, he was a loner like me for the same reasons, but after meeting you, someone who always tried his best, I felt a little less lonely. I wanted to do something for you, the one who became the light of my life. I would do anything for you, Kylo. Agnes awoke slowly, lying on a bed. She sat up, blinking. Did I actually collapse? I was so happy to be carried by him that I didn't realize how exhausted I was. How many hours have passed? Kylo asked softly, are you all right? She looked at him, astonished. Kylo flinched. Did Kylo nurse me himself? It seems that it isn't anything serious. You just fell asleep because you were exhausted. Once you are fully rested, get ready and come out again. We're going to investigate the restricted area soon, he said. Agnes nodded. All right, she thought. Kylo seems to be acting colder toward me than usual. Or am I just imagining it? Anyway, it was great seeing Kylo's face as soon as I woke up. Later, Kylo returned and noticed her sleeping uneasily. Is she having a bad dream? Maybe I should wake her up. But when she murmured, Kylo, he froze. Blushing fiercely, he thought, why is she calling my name? The next day, whispers and chatter spread through the village. Will the princess be all right? Someone asked. She overworked herself for our sake. Why were all those bad rumors about her going around? Another replied. Maybe they were blown out of proportion because she's so famous. You know how nobles are. Just then, Agnes emerged. Your Highness, you're awake. Someone greeted her warmly. The sound of bustle and chatter filled the air. Are you feeling all right, Your Highness? Agnes waved her hand dismissively. It wasn't that big of a deal. I'm all right. She thought, I can't believe they all changed their perceptions of me in one day. It feels pretty good. Kylo arrived then, asking, are you ready? You seem all right, Agnes beamed. I'm much better, thanks to you, Captain. Seeing her smile, Kylo flinched slightly. He cleared his throat and said, let's get going. Yes, sir, she replied. While riding on horseback, Kylo explained, while the soldiers protect the people and the evacuation shelter, the Knights of the Black Order will investigate the village. Giving the villagers their homes back is our goal for today. We'll split into 2 teams. These teams, he paused, remembering Anna and Victor's reckless efficiency in killing monsters. He sighed. We'll be Miss Anna and Sir Victor on one team, and Miss Agnes. You will be coming with me." Agnes thought, "Oh, just me and Kylo." "Miss Agnes," Kylo called. Her heart raced. "Yes, Captain," she replied. Kylo gestured toward his horse. "Your horse. No matter how I look at it, it's obvious to me that it isn't a warrior." "Right," she said. "This mission could be dangerous, so we'll ride my horse together for today," he continued. Agnes quickly hopped from her own horse. "All right," she seated herself behind Kylo, squeezing him lightly. "Be a good horse and wait for me. I'm going on a date," she thought with a blush. After covering some distance outside the forest, Kylo said, "We'll go on foot from here." "What a shame," she thought as he dismounted. "Are we investigating the forest?" she asked. "That's right," Kylo replied. "Monsters are wild creatures, so there's a good chance they're hiding in the forest." "What about the horse then? What if a monster tries to attack it?" she asked. Kylo offered his hand. This horse was trained for war. It won't be killed by a simple monster attack. If it senses danger, it'll run off on its own. Agnes blushed, thinking, Kylo is offering me his hand. Kylo really is kind. Kylo, noticing her smile, thought, why is she smiling so much? Damn it. Why am I babysitting when I'm out on a mission? This is supposed to be Raymond's job, isn't it? He remembered the princess's sleep-talking earlier and realized, my existence is a nightmare for the princess. Why do I feel this way towards someone who hates me to that extent? Suddenly, a clicking sound echoed beneath them. What was that sound? Kylo asked sharply. Captain, are there landmines around here? I think I stepped on something just now, Agnes said nervously. Kylo's eyes widened. Wait. If you move your foot, stop. Dark magical energy erupted around them, and in an instant, they disappeared. They were transported into a dark, cramped space. Damn it, Kylo muttered. Agnes gasped. It's a trap disguised as a landmine that the demons made to separate our troops from each other, Kylo explained. If you step on one, you're temporarily transported here. Agnes shivered. Did I cause a major problem for us? She asked shakily. How long are we going to be stuck here? Will any monsters be appearing? Kylo said calmly, there won't be any monsters, but we'll be stuck in here for about 30 minutes, 20 if we're lucky. Agnes thought, huh? It's a lot safer than I thought it would be. We won't starve to death here, and we won't encounter monsters either. We're simply stuck here, just the two of us. This is basically a 30-minute version of 7 Minutes in Heaven, isn't it? I have to take this chance. She hesitated, then said, Captain, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Can I lean on you for a bit? I used so much magic yesterday that I still need some rest. Kylo flinched, realizing it was his responsibility that she had overexerted herself. I suppose that's all right, he said. Leaning against him, Agnes murmured, then please excuse me for a moment. She cuddled into his chest, resting her head gently against him. Kylo's thoughts raced. How confusing. He didn't like Agnes Saint. He didn't like how she looked down on people because of the station of their birth, nor did he like her arrogant personality that seemed excusable simply because her father was the emperor. He also despised that the person she loved was Raymond Spencer. There was nothing about her he liked. And yet, was this the scent of flowers? Or perhaps it was her natural scent. Were all women's skin normally this soft? And what was this warm, soft scent he had never smelled before in his life? No, he told himself he should calm down. He would think about the people he hated instead. He thought of his family and Raymond, trying to change his thoughts. She pressed her body against him, her voice soft. My apologies, Captain. I don't have any strength left in my body. With that, his thoughts of the people he hated shattered. He muttered to himself, damn it, this is difficult in another sense. She continued pressing against him, thinking, his muscles are so firm. He cursed silently, those damn demons. Then, with a flash, they were back in the forest. He sighed with relief. She pouted, thinking that was too short. Then she stood and offered her hand. Are you all right, Captain? I'll be careful not to step on any more mines. He noticed the gesture, thinking, the princess is offering me her hand. Then he said, that will be difficult since they're well hidden. It would be better. He paused. She tilted her head, curiosity in her eyes. Yes, she thought. Could it be? She gasped softly. Are you saying that you'll carry me so that I don't step on any more mines? He groaned inwardly. Why does the situation always end up like this? That's a wonderful idea, Captain. I need to save my energy if I want to purify the river after all, she said brightly. He paused, thinking bitterly, oh, I see. The princess thinks of me as a servant, or perhaps even as a meal. Then he said, getting on my back would be better. She climbed onto him, squeezing him tightly. He continued thinking, no one would feel uncomfortable coming into contact with the tool. It isn't new for the princess to see me as less than a man, or even less than human. So why do I feel angry right now? Then they reached the river, she said, pointing. It seems that the contamination started from over there. Sir Victor and Miss Anna went that way, so we should purify the river here first, she added, thinking, this is way more than what I did yesterday. Will I really be able to purify all of this by myself? She took out her gun, considering it'll be helpful to borrow power from the mana stones at least. I guess this will be my first time using this. Then she fired magic power into the water, causing it to splash high. She closed her eyes, letting her magic spread through the entire river. When she opened her eyes, Kylo mumbled, amazing. She stared at the water in shock, thinking it actually worked. Impossible. Then Victor called out, Captain, he looked at them. There was blood on all their clothes and bodies. Agnes, shocked, thought, what happened to them? After cleaning the blood, Victor said, a bunch of monsters came out. It was a fun hunt. Anna added, it was really amazing. This was even more enjoyable than hunts on the battlefield. Agnes thought bitterly, why are you guys talking about a monster hunt like you just visited a kids' cafe? Victor said, thanks for the purifying magic. Agnes replied, you're welcome. Then Kylo asked, did you find the source of the contamination? Honor answered, yes. The remaining monsters had gathered a bunch of corpses in the east. They had made an altar and were trying to perform a resurrection ritual. A large amount of blood flowed from there, Kylo explained. I see. Good work. Let's remove all of the remaining mines inside the village and then head back, he instructed. Yes, sir, they replied. However, the members of the Black Order had no idea that the mines they disposed of that day were actually being gathered by someone else. Kylo said, everyone, let's return to the evacuation shelter. Agnes thought to herself, smiling, I'm going to lock myself in with Kylo again someday. Later, they were leaving for the capital. People were saying goodbye to them. The village chief bowed deeply. Thank you so much for returning our village to us, members of the Black Order. May the blessing of the gods always be with you. After traveling, they finally reached the capital. A soldier pointed ahead. I can see the Imperial Palace. We finally don't have to camp anymore. Though, I guess it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be this time around. Another soldier noticed something. Hey, look at that. The White Order must have just arrived back as well. A soldier grumbled under his breath. The White Order was dispatched near the capital. Why did they need to travel by carriage? Then Raymond and Liliana stepped out of the carriage. Liliana noticed someone. Oh, it's Sir Kylo Grey. He glared at her. It was the expression he normally wore. Liliana stepped back slightly. Oh my goodness, how scary. Hugo dashed to her side. Are you all right, Saints? He asked. Yes, I'm fine, she replied. I was just surprised because his expression is so cold. I've only encountered kind knights, you see. Agnes thought, what kind of excuse is that? She's basically saying that she's upset that he won't coddle her. I don't hate Liliana. Actually, it's kind of cute that I can see her true intentions so easily. Liliana then addressed her. Oh, you're here too, Your Highness. Are you on your way back after completing your mission? Agnes snapped. Did I give you permission to speak to me? She thought furiously. How dare you mess with my number one man? Liliana blinked. What? According to the laws of our empire, a person of lower status may not initiate a conversation with someone of a higher status. Agnes glared at her, her voice sharp. It seems that the Saintist is not familiar with even the most basic laws of this empire. Liliana replied calmly, "My apologies, but didn't His Majesty order that you were to be treated only as a member of the Black Order when you are in uniform?" Agnes's expression hardened. The only person who received that order from His Majesty is Sir Kylo. No one else. Are you trying to use His Majesty's words to damage the reputation of the Imperial family? Kylo's eyes widened slightly at the exchange. Liliana hesitated. That's not. Agnes cut her off, her tone icy. Seeing as how you joined an official order on their mission, it is obvious to me what a mess the internal workings of that order are. Raymond gasped at her words. Liliana glanced at him coldly, then moved forward toward the palace. The soldiers whispered among themselves. The Saints did make a mistake, but that was going a bit too far, wasn't it? Another added, and why did she suddenly drag Sir Raymond into it? Raymond thought grimly, I'm sure now the princess is trying to ruin my reputation as revenge for me rejecting her. Was the ridiculous rumor that I cursed her out also because of that? And that expression, it feels like I can't breathe. Then he said aloud, let's hurry and return to the palace. Yes, sir, the knight replied. After that, she went to the emperor. Agnes announced formally, Agnes, Saint of the Black Order, has returned after successfully completing the task given by His Majesty. Afterward, she was not allowed to leave the Imperial princess's palace for a while because of his overprotectiveness. While she was away, her ladies-in-waiting took a vacation to their family homes. She only learned of the reaction people at the gate had toward the Black Order after they returned from Zone SP3. A few days later, Emma and Chloe were bathing Agnes. How was your mission, Your Highness? Emma asked. We heard that you went through a lot, Chloe added. Agnes asked, where is Daisy? She will be coming back sometime next week, Chloe replied. I see, Agnes said. Emma and Chloe glanced at each other. A few days ago, Emma and Chloe had been sitting in the garden with a noblewoman. Emma asked, the Black Order and the White Order met at the gate. Did you hear what the princess did when they met? The noblewoman replied, yeah, but did you hear about how she called out the Saintist for her mistake in front of everyone and pinned the blame onto Sir Raymond? She said something about the Saintist trying to use His Majesty's words to defame the Imperial family. The Saints kind of deserved that though, didn't she? Men keep fawning over her despite her being a commoner, after all. Chloe and Emma looked at each other, thinking, the princess and Sir Raymond, this is the best gossip material we've had all year. They nodded to each other. Emma pretended to remember something suddenly. Oh, we heard that you ran into the White Order on your way back to the palace, Your Highness. We heard that you pointed out Sir Raymond's mistake because of something the Saint said. Agnes replied, that's right. The mistake of a subordinate is the responsibility of their superior, after all. Were you all right? That was your first time meeting Sir Raymond since that incident, Your Highness, Chloe asked. Agnes acted sadly. Of course I wasn't all right. Every time I see him, it feels like someone is stabbing my chest with a knife. Chloe and Emma's eyes grew tearful. Agnes thought, when can I stop playing the part of a tragic, broken-hearted woman? Then she said, I don't want to talk about Sir Raymond anymore. Emma replied, of course. We went to a social gathering near Zone SP3 and heard about the great work you did there. Your Highness, Princess Agnes, you purified the entire river and all the mountains in that area with a single wave of your hand. You also healed hundreds of people. The Knights of the Black Order were more just and brave than anyone else and rescued the villagers from the monsters. That's what we heard. Agnes thought silently, I did something like that. What are they talking about? The villagers had once held ill opinions of the Black Order, but that was before the soldiers restored the village and helped them rebuild. In return for all their assistance, the villagers spread the news of how the Black Order had saved them, though, as Emma said, the stories were a little exaggerated. Agnes thought, is that really true? Isn't that going a bit too far? And these rumors, The princess completed her mission perfectly and isn't in love with Sir Raymond anymore? Soon, this caused a stir among all the nobles with unmarried sons. This is a chance for us to become the imperial family's in-laws, some thought. And the person who was most agitated by this news was Duke Spencer. He slammed open Raymond's room door and shouted, "Raymond." Raymond closed his book calmly. "Father." The Duke's voice thundered. "What in the world did you say to Princess Agnes to make rumors like that spread? Didn't I tell you that you would end up regretting this later? You should be grateful that the most noble woman in the Empire is romantically interested in you. How nice would it be if you two could get along the way you did when you were younger?" Raymond shook his head. "Please stop, Father. I told you already. I would never marry the Imperial princess." With that, he left the room. The Duke muttered angrily, "This stupid brat who doesn't know any better." As he walked out, Raymond thought, "When he was young and didn't know better, my father lost his first love because he grew too used to their current situation. My mother spent her entire life trying to win over my father's heart after he married her because she resembled the Empress. The daughter of the woman my father endlessly sought after in his drunken stupor is Agnes Saint. She was a troublesome girl who did whatever she wanted, yet I found it rather cute how she would follow me around saying she liked me. She felt like a little sister to me. Everything was fine until that day." Raymond had said, "You mean right now?" The messenger replied, "Yes." Her Highness had said, "You made her a promise." While playing earlier, he had said, "A frog fairy will come out of this lake when it rains." She had said, "Then we should play here together the next time it rains. Just the two of us." I made that promise on a whim, just for fun. Raymond thought, but there hasn't been any word since Mother left to come home. Monsters grow more powerful in this kind of weather. Can I go after receiving word that Mother arrived here safe and sound? The messenger said, but the princess warned, "I will have you severely punished if you don't keep your promise. If I fail to bring you, young master, I too." Raymond replied quietly, "I understand." Late that night, the news waiting for him at home was the worst he could imagine. He knew it wasn't Agnes's fault that his mother died. However, if he had stayed at the estate, he could have at least been by her deathbed. Those thoughts slowly consumed him. The daughter of the woman who made my mother's life a living nightmare. The child who was so stubborn she forced my mother to be alone even in her final moments. I couldn't stand that this girl reminded me of my mother every time I saw her. Yet no matter how much he ignored her or tried to avoid her, Agnes wouldn't give up on him. She was persistent. One day, she purposefully chose a rainy day to meet him, staying outside all day waiting for him. If Agnes caught a cold, he would at least have a moment of freedom. But that girl, "Let's play together again once I get better," she had simply sent him a letter like that. Shortly after, she recovered and invited him to the palace so often he grew sick of it. It was incredibly bothersome. That's why I can say for sure, Agnes won't let me go this time either. She will never get over her feelings for me. I'm sure of it. In the Imperial princess's palace, Daisy approached Agnes. "I'm back. Your Highness, I missed you so much." "You miss me too, right? Your Highness." Agnes smiled. "Of course." Daisy asked curiously, "Huh? What are you making, Your Highness?" Agnes thought, "What am I making, you ask? It's obviously an item necessary for any fangirl. They have the basic necessary parts thanks to this world's steampunk setting, though it still lags behind compared to what you can find in the 21st century. I wasn't able to take any pictures last time because I was busy purifying the river, but with this, I can automatically capture all of Kylo's awesome moments on camera. I'm so excited." She paused, remembering, "Oh right. Kylo left as soon as we returned from our mission, didn't he? You don't have any missions left to fulfill. Where are you going? I miss you." Meanwhile, Kylo stood in front of a house. Memories flashed through his mind. His mother had slapped him and shouted, "I should never have given birth to you. If it wasn't for you, my life wouldn't have ended up like this." His stepbrother sneered, "You piece of garbage. You should be grateful that we're letting you live here despite being the son of a maid." "How dare you try to fight back," his father had said to his wife. "She's lying, my dear. That child doesn't resemble me at all. I'm sure she slept with some other man and is just trying to pin the blame onto me, she insisted. Kylo stepped inside. His father, stepmother, and half-siblings looked at him. His father said formally, "Welcome back, my son." Kylo responded curtly, "You called." His father, Count Austin Grey, greeted him with a forced warmth, saying, "It's been forever since I last saw you." "Have a seat." Kylo pressed his jaws tightly, thinking to himself, how revolting. Yet he sat down and replied calmly, "Indeed, have you been healthy?" 27 years ago, everything had begun for him in misery. Kylo remembered how his mother, the most beautiful woman in her village, had left the countryside with the dream of becoming a nobleman's wife. She caught the eye of a noble and had a son, just like she wanted. But it wasn't fortune. It was the worst fate she could have chosen. Viscount Grey denied that the child was his simply because their hair colors differed. After his betrayal and the constant abuse from the Viscountess, Kylo's mother grew more anxious and easily aggravated. And the easiest target for all her anger became the useless baggage she had been forced to bear him. Just as Kylo was starting to get used to the constant abuse from his mother, the Viscountess, and his half-siblings, another tragedy struck. His mother was caught attempting to murder the Viscountess. She was dragged outside and whipped mercilessly. She died that day, and that was when Kylo ran away from House Grey. He did everything he could just to survive. Sometimes he was stabbed while pickpocketing. Sometimes beaten nearly to death for stealing bread. He was chased out of workplaces without ever being paid. Until one day, a mercenary took pity on him and hired him as a follower. And that day, Kylo made a promise to himself. He would take that first hand ever offered to him and become a mercenary. He clawed his way upward, earning money and surviving by the skin of his teeth. He became a famous mercenary and eventually earned a place in the Order of Black Knights. And only then, Viscount Grey suddenly called him back. Kylo knew the truth. He was being used to gain ties to the Imperial palace. Still, being a noble's illegitimate child could prove useful. Even if he had to kneel now, once he gained power, he would take revenge on everyone who had made his life a living hell. The Viscount looked at him and asked casually, "How have you been? I heard that the Imperial princess was put under your leadership. You should bow your head to the princess for the sake of your family." Kylo replied, "Of course." Pleased, the Viscount continued, "Good. I am going to send your brothers to the Order of Knights soon. So introduce them to the princess for me." Kylo froze. "What?" The Viscount then called out, "Benjamin, Bradley, you two should start making preparations to greet Her Highness." His second son, Bradley Grey, sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Will we really be able to see her up close, Father?" "Of course," the Viscount replied. "Take good care of your appearance. We'll need to have you fitted for some new clothes, too." Kylo clenched his fists but forced a polite tone, asking, "I don't see why you want me to introduce my brothers to the Imperial princess so badly, Father." The Viscount snapped immediately, "You don't need to understand. Just do what I tell you to. We are allowing you to use our family name. You should be grateful and do what you're told." Kylo inhaled, calming himself. "Now is not the time. I need to hold myself back." So he said, "Of course, Father." "Excellent," the Viscount replied with satisfaction. Their daughter, Molly, then whined loudly, "Mother, can I go see the princess, too?" But Viscountess Julia Grey scolded her sharply, "Be quiet, Molly." Molly pouted, complaining, "Why? I want to go too." "You could at least take me to a tea party with you." Julia twitched in annoyance. The Viscount turned to his wife with irritation piling in his voice. "That reminds me, dear. It's been a few days since the social season started. Have you not received any invitations from other noble families yet?" Julia tried to remain composed as she answered, "Madame Ross told me that she would prepare things for me so that I could participate in the party hosted by Marchioness Melville soon." The Viscount sighed heavily. "Good grief. Do your job properly. I can't be the only person trying their best in this house." Apparently, the princess is starting to be active at social gatherings again. "Are you really going to miss the chance to make one of our sons the Emperor's son-in-law?" Kylo's heart stopped. The image of Agnes smiling flashed into his mind. He looked up sharply and asked, "What did you just say?" The Viscount flinched, confused. "What's the matter, Kylo?" Kylo gasped, then covered it with a calm tone. "It's nothing. I just hadn't heard that the princess was participating in social events again." "Is this true?" Clearing his throat proudly, the Viscount said, "That's right. I heard she has already participated in 2 social events hosted by noble women in the Imperial Princess's palace." Far away, in the palace, Chloe exclaimed joyfully, "My goodness, Your Highness. You're so cute." Agnes blinked. "Really?" Chloe nodded excitedly. "Your reputation is going up in the capital right now." Agnes thought to herself, "That means I need to work hard and attend social gatherings." She planned carefully. This next party, held by Marchioness Melville, was the perfect choice. High-ranking noblewomen, charity event, the chance to show off her stable nature and gain their favor, so she chose a cute outfit to appear like a young daughter attending her first gathering. "It'll help me win points with older noble ladies," she reasoned. Emma smiled and said, "If my mother saw you, she wouldn't be able to keep her eyes off of you, Your Highness." "The problem is that I can't think of anything to donate other than jewels." Agnes sighed inwardly. "I doubt jewels are going to help me give off the feeling I want. They're too extravagant." Then suddenly, an idea. She jumped up, eyes shining. "Oh, that's it," Chloe asked quickly. "Where are you going, Your Highness?" Agnes replied with determination, "Send a message to the Crown Prince's palace for me. Tell them I'm heading there right now." She grinned mischievously. "Time to go empty my siblings' pockets," she thought. Meanwhile, Kylo sat stiffly at the dining table, untouched food in front of him. Noticing it, the Viscount asked, "Are you not hungry, Kylo?" Kylo quickly replied, "That's not it." The Viscount turned to Julia with a commanding tone. "Dear, from now on, ask the chef to prepare Kylo's favorite food." Julia flinched in discomfort before forcing out, "All right." Kylo lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Why did I react like that? His mind drifted to when Liliana ridiculed him, to every moment he had endured contempt from others. Agnes's voice echoed in his memory. "Are you trying to use His Majesty's words to damage the reputation of the Imperial family?" He clenched his fists, remembering the unexpected warmth of someone speaking up for him. For the first time in his life, someone had taken his side. He had been genuinely happy. I would have believed that she was an angel. But then another thought twisted painfully in his chest. Her being with one of them, just imagining it makes me sick. If it were Raymond Spencer, perfect in every way, they would make a beautiful couple. So perfect that Kylo knew he could never even stand beside them. That's right. I'm simply worried about the princess, because she will be stared at by people like them. I was only angry because they were chattering away without knowing their place. I'm sure of it. That's all there is to it. In the Crown Prince's palace, Agnes was rifling through books in Damien's room. She glanced around at the shelves. They're all new books, obviously placed here just to make him look smart. The door suddenly opened. Damien entered, frowning. "What are you doing in my room when I'm not even in here, Agnes?" She quickly slid the book back into place and answered, "You came into my room without permission last time, brother." "Why are you being so prickly and inside?" she thought. "Do you really think I'll lose to you again?" Damien crossed his arms. "You're poking around in the Crown Prince's room while he's out taking care of important business. I can't help but act prickly in that kind of situation." Agnes brushed it off with a smile. "Anyway, I wanted to get your advice on something, brother." He blinked. "Advice? You want advice from me?" "Yes," she said. "I'm going to Marchioness Melville's charity ball, but I don't have anything to donate." Damien stared at her as if the answer was obvious. "Don't you have jewels in excess?" Jewels seem so informal though, and they're too obvious of a gift. "They're too boring." Damien paused, looking as though he couldn't believe what he was hearing. A child that used to stop crying the moment she was handed a jewel is saying that jewels are boring? She sighed. "I came to ask you for advice, since this gathering is going to be full of noble women who know a lot about the arts. But you have no ideas either, huh?" "Wait here." Damien turned and went to a shelf, pulling a book from the upper row. He placed it in her hands. "This is the original copy of the poet Grand's works from 100 years ago. I'm sure that noble women who care about the arts will want this more than anything else. Then, clearing his throat with unnecessary pride, he added, Marchioness Melville is a noble woman with high prestige. I heard that you were finally maturing. I'm proud of you for making such a wise decision. Agnes smiled politely. Thank you, brother, but her thoughts were less polite. I was wondering why he suddenly gave me something good. This guy acts like an old geezer. But then Damien added casually, Raymond Spencer will be pleased as well. Agnes stiffened. Huh? Why are you bringing him up all of a sudden? Damien gestured for her to sit. You should sit down and have some tea with me since you're here. A guest that you'll be pleased to see will be arriving soon anyway. Agnes panicked slightly. What? No, thank you. I need to go in. But before she could escape, a servant entered. Your Highness, Sir Raymond has arrived. Damien immediately responded, Send him in. Agnes frowned internally. I knew this would happen. You're not helpful at all. She hurried toward the door, saying, Brother, I'm awfully busy preparing for the ball. I will be leaving for today. What? But why? Damien mumbled to himself. Is she feeling embarrassed? How silly. Agnes's inner voice snapped back, You're wrong. But then Raymond entered and everything paused. They both froze when their eyes met. Agnes quickly slipped past him, refusing to look back. Damien glanced between them and commented dryly, It seems that Agnes is quite angry at you. Raymond remained silent. Damien called out, Hey, Raymond. Raymond flinched slightly. Yes, I'm listening, Your Highness. Damien looked at him with genuine curiosity. Raymond, I'm asking you this as a friend. Do you really hate my little sister that much? Raymond's thoughts churned. Normally, he wouldn't hesitate. He would have simply said, Yes, I don't like her. But today, she had looked different, dressed more simply than usual, that wounded expression in her eyes. For a brief, painful moment, it overlapped perfectly with the look his mother always wore, gazing at his father from behind. He had sworn all his life that he would never become like his father. Yet a sinking feeling twisted in his chest that things weren't going to go according to his plans at all. Later, Agnes arrived at Melville's estate. The Marquis had 2 sons, the heir to the family estate, known as a playboy and a member of the White Order, named Sirius Melville, and an illegitimate child currently on a mission for the Black Order, named Ruvius Melville. Because Marquis Melville had registered Ruvius as the adopted son of his younger brother, the relationship between the Marquis and the Martians had soured. After that incident, Marchioness Melville had sent her husband off to their territory and used their family name to seize power in the capital. Agnes curtsied gracefully. Thank you for the invitation, Marchioness, the Marchioness replied. It is an honor to receive you as a guest in this humble place, Your Highness. They seated themselves around a table in the garden. The noble women glanced at her, whispering among themselves. The princess came without any ladies-in-waiting, and she even formally greeted the Marchioness. Are the rumors that she changed really true? Agnes smiled politely. This garden is even more beautiful than the rumors say, she thought. Most of the reactions I get are all like that. But in order to make people completely forget about the stupid acts I committed in the past, I need to put in a bit more effort, especially for the people who look as though they want to test me. The Marchioness observed her carefully. This is a party where most of the guests are on the older side. Agnes continued her inner thoughts. I hope that you won't be bored here, Your Highness. A noblewoman, Marchioness Melville, added warmly, By the way, your hair accessory is very cute today, Your Highness. It reminds me of the day my daughter debuted into high society for the first time. Another noblewoman seated beside her gasped softly and whispered, Madam Norris, I don't think you should treat the princess as though she is a child. Norris quickly apologized, bowing slightly. My apologies, Your Highness. That was very rude of me. Agnes thought carefully. I acted like a mature and elegant princess up until now, but if I'm in a place where I am surrounded by middle-aged women, I need to act in the opposite way. Aloud, she said, Actually, my ladies-in-waiting told me that young ladies who first make their debuts into high society wear yellow ribbons that their mothers braid into their hair. That's why I wanted to try this hairstyle at least once in my life. When I'm with you all, I feel as though I am spending time with my mother who passed away. I feel very happy and comfortable right now. The name of this plan is Become an Adorable Youngest Daughter for These Noble Women, she thought. Norris smiled. I am sure that your mother is so happy to know that the two treasures of the Imperial family have grown up so well. The item you donated today was given to you by the Crown Prince, wasn't it? Your sibling relationship is so beautiful, Agnes smirked inwardly. All according to plan. As I thought, dealing with moms is easy as long as you answer well and smile. Suddenly, Molly shouted loudly, Mother, Princess Agnes is here. A noble woman whispered, They must have arrived late. Another asked, Who is it? A third added, The one on the left is Madame Ross, and next to her, isn't that Madame Grey? Viscountess Julia hissed, Be quiet, Molly. Agnes thought, Madame Grey. Isn't that Kylo's stepmother? Madame Ross greeted politely, Thank you for your invitation, Marchioness. We were late because of a carriage accident. Please forgive us. The Marchioness nodded. Oh my, I see. Julia interjected, this is my best friend, Viscountess Grey. It is an honor to get to meet you, Marchioness, and your Highness. It is an honor to greet you as well. Agnes looked at her silently. The novel never went into detail about the Grey family, but I at least know that they all tormented Kylo mercilessly. Julia continued, well, Kylo Grey, that is the captain of the Night Order that you are in. You see, he is my husband's. Agnes thought, How dare you place Kylo's name upon your lips like that? Julia went on, My children are planning to greet you through Kylo soon. Benjamin and Bradley are both wonderful young men. Benjamin is a bright and innocent young man. He likes looking at flowers. She glanced at Bradley, and then Agnes asked quietly, How about Sir Kylo? Julia froze. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Agnes explained, It seems that I was mistaken about a lot of things regarding Sir Kylo in the past. It's embarrassing to admit, but I made a lot of mistakes because my field of vision was too narrow in the past. And yet, Sir Kylo treated me the same as everyone else. Actually, I have been learning a lot by seeing him doing his best to fulfill his duties as a captain. That's why I am curious about him. How does he act when he is at home? The noble women whispered among themselves, Sir Kylo, really? So, Princess Agnes changed because of Sir Kylo? Julia's thoughts raced. Why is the princess protecting someone like him? She can't do that. That boy is. Agnes admitted carefully, well, it is embarrassing to admit this, but Kylo was born because of the infidelity of my husband. He tormented my children from a young age. He even stole their belongings. She looked directly at the Marchioness. That's right. You understand me, don't you, Marchioness? The Melville family also accepted an illegitimate child to take on the family name, right? I understand you all too well, Martian. How horrible you must have felt. Illegitimate children should all be. The Marchioness suddenly stood, slamming the table. I can't listen to this any longer, she shouted, trembling. Leave this party immediately, Julia flinched. Marchioness. The butler hurried forward, chased those three out immediately. Julia was hurriedly escorted out, murmuring, My apologies, Marchioness. Later, the Marchioness sat alone in her room, thinking. The party had ended with a horrible atmosphere. A blister I didn't even invite exposed my shame in front of everyone. All of my enemies in high society will get a good laugh out of this for sure. Then the butler knocked gently and entered. What is it? I'm sure I said that I would like to be left alone, she said. He bowed. My apologies, madam. The princess asked me to deliver this to you no matter what. It was a yellow rose, with the ribbon Agnes had worn in her hair today. The meaning of a yellow rose, an unchanging love. The Marchioness read the accompanying letter. I was truly impressed by your garden when I visited it today, Marchioness. That is why all young women who have made their debuts but are still unmarried will never be able to ignore your toiling or hardships. There is a tradition in this empire to gift a yellow rose along with your hair accessory to the mother who has raised you. I will send you this gift for all of the effort you have put into your life thus far. Thank you for inviting me to your party once again, Marchioness. The Marchioness thought I was incredibly depressed, not only because of my husband's affair, but also because he brought in his illegitimate child to be my nephew. However, I could not simply abandon this estate, prestige, or my beloved son that I spent so much time bringing up. No matter how much I struggled, I could never express it. There was also no one around to comfort me because I never showed my pain to others. That is why this letter felt like the first words of comfort I'd ever received going back to the palace in the carriage. Agnes sighed. I really can't believe that happened. How could a stupid woman like that dare to try and touch my Kylo? And she even claimed that Kylo bullied her children. There should be a limit to how shameless someone can be. But I'm sure there are people out there who believe what she said to be true. She had told the noble women. She thought angrily, if anyone speaks about what happened here today, I will find you and have you severely punished. That was why she had made sure to swear everyone there to secrecy. The coachman announced, "We have arrived. Your Highness." Agnes thought calmly, well, whatever. I think I've successfully won over Marchioness Melville, an important figure in high society. I shouldn't have to worry about my reputation anymore. Emma and Chloe greeted her. Your Highness, they said as Agnes stepped out of the carriage. What is it? We came to greet you, Your Highness. How is the party? Chloe asked. Agnes thought, I'm pretty sure they have another reason for doing this. Emma whispered, by the way, did you hear? The Crown Prince has chosen Miss Diana Lennox to be his partner. Agnes blinked. Partner? What do you mean by that? She asked. Chloe replied, well, for the Founding Day Ball, of course. Emma pressed on with their main question. Who are you going to be participating with, Your Highness? Agnes thought, the Founding Day Ball. Later, Agnes went to see Kylo. What is it, Miss Agnes? He asked. She beamed inwardly. I came because I wished to know when my next mission would be. I checked. And it seems that I am left out of all missions in the near future. You will not have any new missions for the time being, Kylo said. Is it because of Founding Day? She asked. That's right. I'd rather be with Kylo than participate in the Founding Day celebrations. Being a princess is really a pain when it comes to things like this, Agnes thought. Will you be going to the Founding Day Ball as well, Captain? She asked. Kylo frowned. He had never appeared in any of the ball scenes in the original novel. I was originally planning to go with Damien, but he decided to go with his childhood friend, so I'll use this as an opportunity to ask Kylo to go with me. I don't understand why you're asking me something like that, Kylo said with a short laugh. Huh? Why is he suddenly so defensive? She thought. Could it be? She gasped inwardly as she remembered. Kylo didn't participate in balls because Agnes had said in the past that commoners and illegitimate children were filthy and shouldn't be allowed to participate. It's my fault, she thought. If you need an illegitimate child to make fun of during the ball, I shall gladly participate as your servant for the event, Kylo said. That wasn't why I asked, she said, her voice shrinking. Will I be able to participate in missions again once the Founding Day celebrations end? She asked. Probably. Then I would like for all of my future missions to be with you, Captain. Is that possible? Kylo flinched. I understand. If there is nothing more to add, I would appreciate it if you leave, he said. Is he telling me to leave because I'm annoying him? She thought. Good night, Captain, she said softly. I thought we had gotten pretty close. I must have made Kylo angry by bringing up the ball. When will I be able to get closer to Kylo? She thought sadly as she left. Kylo sat deep in thought, his heart racing as Viscount Grey's words came to mind. I'm going to send your brothers to the Order of Knights soon. So, introduce them to the princess for me. Then, are you really going to miss the chance to make one of our sons the Emperor's son-in-law? Kylo punched the window, then took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Agnes was thinking on her way back. So, what do I do about my partner for the ball? In the original novel, she had dragged Raymond there and begged him to dance with her. After getting an earful from him, she had run away in tears. And when Sir Raymond was left alone, a harsh mental battle began between Hazel and the Saints. I really hate the idea of going with Raymond. But participating without a partner will be bad for my reputation, since it's already in a precarious position. Most of the decent men probably have partners already. What should I do? Later, Sirius Melville arrived at the princess's palace. "Your Highness, would you give me the honor of escorting you at this year's Founding Day ball?" he asked. Her eyes widened. "What are you doing here?" Sirius may be obsessed with women, but he knows not to cross the line. He's never tried to flirt with me before, so why now? She wondered. Sirius cleared his throat. "I heard that you comforted my mother after she experienced some unpleasant things at the party she hosted. Not only that, but you prevented any rumors from going around about what was mentioned there as well. If you will allow me, I would like to thank you for all you have done during the Founding Day ball." "Oh ho, I see. I guess the Martianist nagged him to request to be my partner for the ball. I told everyone to keep that stuff a secret for Kylo's sake, but this is beneficial for me," Agnes thought. "All right," she said with a smile. "Really? It was that easy?" Sirius froze in disbelief. It is an honor." "What color dress are you planning to wear on the day of the ball, Your Highness?" he asked. "I think I'll be wearing a light purple dress that day." "The same color as my eyes," she replied with a smile. "Light purple, where Princess Agnes' eyes, always this beautiful," Sirius thought seriously. "To be honest, I was pretty uncomfortable up until I arrived at the front gates of the princess's palace due to my mother's persistence. Princess Agnes may be beautiful, but she wasn't my type because of the flamboyant impression she left on me. And most importantly, there was no way she could ever forget about Sir Raymond. I thought she would turn me down for sure, but for some reason, especially today, she's completely different from her usual self. Maybe all of this won't be too bad after all." And so, Agnes found an unexpected partner. Time passed, and then it was Founding Day at Viscount Grey's mansion. Benjamin asked, "Are you ready, little brother?" Bradley replied, "Of course, brother." Benjamin continued, "Until now, we were only able to gaze at the princess from afar. But today is different. We have Kylo Grey now. One of us will become the husband of the most beautiful woman in the Empire. Aren't you afraid of having to compete with me?" Bradley smirked. "You seem nervous yourself, brother." Meanwhile, Julia was lost in thought. That day, if word had gotten out that I was chased out of that party, I would have been completely shunned from high society. My husband might even have divorced me. But the princess prevented any rumors from getting out for my sake. But there is still something I am concerned about. Will that brat Kylo really introduce you two to the princess that easily?" Benjamin asked, "What's the matter, mother?" She replied, "He said that he would create an opportunity to introduce you two to the princess, but he hasn't contacted us since then. Isn't that something to be concerned about?" Benjamin shrugged. "He must be busy because of his missions or something," Bradley said. "Let's be gracious to him and wait patiently. Besides, do you really think we need someone like him just to say hello later at the ball?" The announcer declared, "Princess Agnes Saint and Sirius Melville have arrived." Benjamin and Bradley's mouths gaped. Benjamin muttered, "Kylo, where the hell are you?" Then Agnes and Sirius began to dance. Seeing them, the nobles whispered among themselves. One said, "The princess's dress looks pretty plain today, doesn't it?" Another replied, "That just shows how confident she is in her appearance, doesn't it?" Someone else murmured, "I thought she would be participating on her own. But she ended up coming with Sirius." Another commented, "They do suit each other in more ways than one, though. A time bomb and a playboy." Sirius thought, "Goodness, it seems I'm the star of this ball today." Someone asked, "Does that mean things are completely over between the princess and Sir Raymond?" Hearing this Sirius thought, "That reminds me. Who did Raymond come with?" Seeing Raymond standing with Hazel, Sirius thought, "Oh, did he come with Miss Hazel?" Raymond glanced at them dancing. Sirius gave him a nod, but Raymond turned his face away. "Oh, what's this?" "He doesn't want her, but he's upset to see her with me." "Is that it?" Sirius thought. "I'm sure that every man in this empire, myself included, has felt inferior to Raymond Spencer at least once in their life. But while that guy is definitely cool, he's not exactly a good man. Men should naturally know how to please women and make them happy. A woman as beautiful as this was trying to woo him, but he never once turned her way. He really is too cruel. If it were me, I would never have acted as coldly as him." Yeah, perhaps I might have even married her early, started a family, and lived happily together. Raymond really had the chance to have it all. All the while, Agnes was thinking about Kylo. I miss you, Kylo. When their dance ended, people clapped. After that, Emma said, "Your dance was beautiful, Your Highness." Chloe added, "Even Sir Sirius couldn't keep his eyes off of you." Daisy asked, "Could you dance with my brother as well? If you do, he might finally be able to forget about that saintist that he's obsessed with." "What are you saying, Lady Rodian?" Chloe snapped. "Doesn't Sir Hugo only have eyes for the saints? How dare you try to pair him up with the princess?" Daisy retorted, "It's because he only has eyes for the saintist that I want the princess to do something about it." Chloe noticed Agnes continuing to drink. "Your Highness, you'll get drunk if you keep drinking that. You shouldn't drink like that since you have a low tolerance for alcohol." Agnes took another sip, thinking, "It's true that I caused trouble more than once after getting drunk. But I'm so bored. I really can't help it. The only thing worth watching here will probably be the mental warfare between Hazel and the Saints." Suddenly, she saw Liliana going after Hazel and thought, "Oh, it's starting. I guess I'll leave after watching the show." She said, "I'm going for a walk alone," and left to follow them. Later, Sirius returned and asked, "Huh? Where did Her Highness go?" "I want to go say hi to my companions." Emma answered, "She left saying that she wanted to take a walk by herself." Sirius said, "Is that so?" Emma added, "I'm sure she's having a hard time since Sir Raymond is here." Sirius thought, "Oh no, I should have known better. I shouldn't have left the princess on her own." A short while ago in the garden, Liliana shouted, "How far are you planning to go?" She grabbed Hazel's hand. "We can talk here. There's no one around." Hazel sighed. "Sainties." She smacked Liliana's hand away and said, "Things will be difficult if you continue to keep crossing the line. Even I have a limit to my patience." Agnes thought, "Ooh, I knew it. Hazel won't just let her get away with things." Liliana yelled, "You're the one who's crossing the line. I was supposed to be Sir Raymond's partner. Did you really think I wouldn't notice that you stole him away?" She shouted like a cat. "You've done that from the beginning. You're just jealous because I'm prettier and receive more attention from others than you do," Agnes thought. "This is great. Spectating a love triangle from the outside is the best." Suddenly, Sirius appeared right behind her. "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" Agnes quickly placed her hand over his mouth. "Be quiet," Sirius blushed, thinking, "Huh? What? This is my first time getting pinned down by a girl who is much smaller than I am. Why?" His heart raced. "Why don't I hate this? Maybe I've been wondering this entire time. Searching for someone like her," he blushed and said, "Your Highness." Uninterested, she turned to see Hazel and Liliana. Seeing them going, she thought, "Oh, what is it now? Where are they going?" Agnes then said to Sirius, "Don't follow me. Just quietly go back to the banquet hall. This is an order." He said, "Yes, Your Highness." Agnes thought, "Why does he sound so excited? Am I imagining things?" She went her way, looking around. Where did Hazel and the Saints go? "I thought they went this way. Is it over already?" Suddenly, a voice came. "I had a feeling someone was eavesdropping on our conversation earlier," Agnes gasped. Hazel said, "So, it was you, Your Highness." Agnes shrugged and said, "I can't just let a spectacle like that slip by me." Hazel said, "So, was it enjoyable, Your Highness?" Agnes replied, "It was about to be, but unfortunately, I couldn't properly hear what the two of you were saying." Hazel said, "I see." Agnes glanced at Hazel and thought, "What's this?" I knew she had a strong aura. But did the angelic Hazel have a cold side like this as well? Agnes asked anyway, "Where is the saint? Why are you here alone?" Hazel replied, "I don't know. She ran away crying a while ago. She probably went off to find her lackey." Agnes thought, "She doesn't have to explain for me to know exactly who that is." Then Hazel said, "There is something I'd like to ask you, Your Highness. Did you really give up on Raymond, Spencer?" Agnes thought in frustration, "It's always Raymond this, Raymond that." She said, "That's right. I'm tired of being hurt by his words all the time. Which is why if you ever speak such unnecessary words in front of me again, your head will go flying, she thought as she turned to leave. Please just leave me alone, Hazel said. That is a good choice, Your Highness, Agnes paused. Hazel continued, after all, Raymond truly despises you. Agnes glared at her, thinking, is she letting her anger out on me after her argument with the Saints? Why is she picking a fight all of a sudden? I should just ignore her. Then she walked away, Hazel watching her go. As Agnes headed back to the banquet hall, she staggered. I feel like I'm dying. I need to go back inside, but why do I feel so dizzy? Did I drink too much earlier? Suddenly, Chloe's voice rang out. Your Highness, Emma called out while searching for her. Where did you go, Your Highness? Oh, I guess I was gone for too long, Agnes thought. She stopped and thought, I don't want to go back to the banquet hall. Even if the chandelier is bright and sparkly and delicious food is piled high on every table. And even if everyone claps for me, Kylo isn't there. The reason why I reincarnated into this world and why I've been living as a marionette for this original story was all for one person. It was for your sake, Kylo. But this is a party that you aren't allowed to enjoy. I don't need something like that. Everyone points and laughs at you, saying that you're blinded by your desire for power, but I know the truth. I know that you're only doing it because you're lonely. You just want recognition from someone. That's why I need to be by your side. I'm going to see Kylo. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, music played and people danced. Damon spotted Sirius without any woman beside him. He whispered to Diana, Hey, Diana, I've never seen Sirius alone at a party before. He's normally a big flirt. What happened to him? Diana said, I don't know. He's usually glued to where the ladies are. Damon thought, has he finally snapped out of it? But why now? Could it be? Raymond approached and said, What are you thinking about, Your Highness? Damien said, Raymond, good timing. You too. What do you think about Sirius Melville becoming Agnes' husband? They were both shocked. Sirius Melville, Raymond thought, then he said, Are you being serious, Your Highness? Damien replied, Why not? If you ignore the fact that he's a flirt, he's perfect husband material. He has a good family and good manners, and surely they chose to be partners tonight because there is something between them, right? Raymond, staring at them, said, Are you saying that people can only be partners if there is something between them? Damon flinched. Diana blushed, and Damien, clearing his throat, said, Their situation is different from ours. Those two aren't in the same order of knights anymore, and they weren't close friends either. And isn't it possible to be attracted to the opposite kind of person after a breakup? Diana glanced at Raymond and thought, They certainly are opposites. Damien continued, If the two of them really do become a couple, Sirius' flirtatious personality won't be a problem anymore. No woman would ever go after the princess's man after all. This sounds like a good option to consider. Later, Raymond stood on the balcony, lost in thought. I feel so conflicted. She acted like she wouldn't accept anyone besides me just a short while ago, and yet she comes on the arm of another man in the next instant. Am I really feeling such immature emotions now? Or maybe it's because of that damn dream that has been tormenting me for a while now. The young Agnes who kept following me around, and my mother who cried while resenting my father. These two, despite having no relation to each other, keep overlapping. Why? Damn it all. Meanwhile, Kylo was practicing with his sword. He stopped, huffing as the view of the banquet hall flashed in his mind. There was a point in my life when I wondered if I would ever be able to participate in a ball like that. Agnes' past words echoed in his mind. Commoners and illegitimate children are filthy. It's only natural that they shouldn't be allowed to participate. No, it's just as she said. Someone like me who only knows how to fight will only be embarrassed in front of everyone if I participated in an event like that. That's what I thought. But a short while ago, he had been passing by when he saw Agnes seated inside the banquet hall through the window. Why does she look so uncomfortable? You loved parties like this so much that you wouldn't even let people like me in. Coming back to the present, he was thinking, why did you take my side? He recalled Agnes saying to Liliana, the only person who received that order from His Majesty is Sir Kylo. No one else. You were always so busy belittling anyone who wasn't Raymond Spencer. Why did you reach out your hand to me? You used to hate me so much that you claimed your eyes were rotting just by looking at me. What are your intentions? Why are you confusing me like this? You are the precious princess. I'm the equivalent of a hunting dog being raised in the palace. Once the emperor withdraws his command, there will be no more occasions where that dizzying scent will ever reach me again. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Turning his face, he thought, who could that be at this hour? He saw Agnes' fluttering hair. She was standing there. His sword fell from his hand. He thought, why did you come here? She stepped forward, staggering. Kylo rushed toward her. Your Highness, just as she was about to fall, Kylo caught her in his arms. Agnes stared at him. He thought, oh no, I'm drenched in sweat right now. She looked so drunk that I didn't even stop to think. My apologies, Your Highness, he said. She raised her hand. Is she going to slap me? I dared to touch her with my filthy hands. I have nothing to say, even if she does slap me. She stunned him by grabbing his face and pulling him close. Then she kissed his lips. Shocked, Kylo froze, blushing as he tried to process what had just happened. Agnes, dizzy, then fell asleep in his arms. Kylo, still stunned, thought, did she mistake me for Raymond Spencer? The next morning, in the princess's palace, Agnes opened her eyes in her room. Her head throbbed with a headache as she thought, how did I get back home last night? I remember running off to look for Kylo while I was drunk. I'm pretty sure I saw him at the training grounds. She rang the bell, calling for a maid. The head servant came and said, you called Your Highness. Shall I help you get dressed? Agnes replied, yes. By the way, how did I get back here last night? The servant asked. Well, Sir Kylo Grey brought you back. He said that he found you collapsed near the barracks. Agnes gasped, realizing Kylo had done that. She quickly asked, how did he bring me back? Was I on his back? The servant said, no, Your Highness. He carried you like this. Very politely, I might add. Her mouth gaped as she screamed inwardly. I can't believe I don't remember my favorite character, Princess, carrying me. I'll never drink alcohol again. After the founding day celebrations, the relationship between Kylo and Agnes changed a bit. One time, a knight said, oh, you mean Sir Kylo? He left just a short while ago. Another day, Anna said, the captain? He was here just a second ago, and another time, he quickly left upon seeing her. Agnes thought, I'm certain of it. Kylo is avoiding me. I know he hated me before, but at least he met with me despite that. Did I make some kind of mistake during the founding day ball? Did I touch him? Or did I say something perverted to him? She heard a worrying sound, then looked up. Oh, it's here. The drone. There are drones that are in charge of security around here. But I made this drone myself. It's not for security purposes. This is for my sing purposes. She played the video it had captured. I told the head of security that I was using it to monitor the knight's training, which means that I can only film in certain places. Seeing Kylo's muscular body in the footage, she thought, that's so crazy. He's the best. He should be immortalized as a statue so that I can leave it for my descendants as a national treasure. Then she snapped back to reality. What is the difference between me and a crazy stalker fan right now? No, hardships and adversity come with the territory when you simp for someone. I can't give up just because of something like this. A day much more important than founding day is coming up soon after all. I can't just let it pass me by. In the capital, Benjamin stood waiting. His friends came calling. Benjamin, why are you so late? He asked. Sorry, one of them said. But it shouldn't matter if we're late since the casino doesn't open until nighttime. We lost track of time because we saw something crazy on our way over. The Grey family was behind that, right? Benjamin, confused, said. Huh? What did my family do? You don't know yet? His friend replied, pointing. We're talking about that. Benjamin looked and gasped. It was the electronic display board in the center of the capital. Thanks to its size and floating position, it was used by successful businessmen and artists to promote themselves and their products, putting up an advertisement no different from showing off one's personal wealth. Now it was showing Kylo's picture with the words, Happy birthday, Kylo Grey. Benjamin shouted, What is that bastard's picture doing up there? It's not just that, his friend added. He's on that famous cafe over there, too, Benjamin yelled. What the hell are those? He thought. I can't believe my dream billboard is announcing that bastard's birthday. Who would do such a thing? Turning away, he said, our plans for today are cancelled. You two can go on your own or go home for all I care. What? Hey, Benjamin, his friend called. But Benjamin went past, noticing Agnes. She was taking pictures of the displays with her camera, thinking, I've dreamt of this. I wanted to become wealthy and show everyone my worth. My dream came true. Later, Agnes returned to the palace, and while she was in her room taking a picture, she thought to herself that this picture came out so well. In the original novel, before Kylo's appearance was ever shown, his birthday had only been revealed by chance. Kylo had glanced at a calendar when he came home from a mission, recognizing the date and realizing that yesterday, the day he had been surrounded by the corpses of monsters, had been his birthday. People's reactions in the novel had been cold, and compared to that, today's birthday cafe event felt painfully sweet. Looking at his picture, a woman had exclaimed, wow, was the captain of the Black Order always that handsome? And a man had added, I had no idea since I've never seen him at a party before. It was totally worth spending all of that money because Kylo wants to be loved more than anything else. I bet he'll be really happy when he sees this. I hope he stops hating me once he sees this. Later, when Agnes went to the Black Order, Anna told her that the captain had left the previous night on an urgent monster hunting mission, saying he didn't need help because they were all low-rank monsters. Upon hearing this, Agnes dropped to her knees and hands, and Anna asked, what are you doing over there? Endurance training. Agnes could only think sadly that Kylo was the only person who wouldn't get to see the advertisement. Nothing ever goes my way. Meanwhile, at the Viscount's mansion, Julia was shouting, what the hell was that advertisement? It has to be because someone wanted to insult me. Do you know what people are whispering about now? Rumors claimed that Viscount Grey had put up an advertisement to celebrate his illegitimate son's birthday just to hurt his wife's self-esteem. The Viscount protested, that's just a rumor. You don't actually believe that, do you? You know, we can't afford an advertisement like that right now. Is there anyone you can think of who would do this? To which Julia snapped, it must be Marshmallow. I'm sure that she is holding a grudge against me after what happened at her charity party. Benjamin then entered, insisting no mother. I'm telling you, Kylo did that himself. That bastard promised that he would introduce us to the princess, but he still hasn't gotten back to us about that. He's been hiding ever since founding day. We can't find him at all. That guy had no intention of keeping his promise from the beginning. I'm certain he's trying to shame our family. The Viscount privately agreed that Kylo seemed like the type to pull something like that, yet he knew Kylo couldn't have afforded it. He had spent all the money Kylo earned during his mercenary days. Benjamin continued, he must have sold off his family name. The Viscount gasped, what did you say? And Benjamin insisted, it's obvious. Really? You've been too lenient on him, father. He probably put his faith in that and borrowed money using our family name. That's the only way he could get his hands on that much money. Grinding his teeth, the Viscount thought bitterly of Kylo, how he had let him use their family name to become captain of a knight order, and how the boy now dared to betray him. He decided he would have to visit the Imperial Palace and confront him at the Crown Prince's palace. Elsewhere, Agnes was on her way to Damien's office, wondering why he had suddenly called her and why her escort had to be this person of all people, Joshua Cromwell, a knight of the White Order. A hardcore fan of Raymond who despised the princess for supposedly annoying him. I'm sure he's silently cursing me right now, Agnes thought. I can't believe he'd ask someone like this to escort me. What does that tactless guy want to talk to me about? But then she suddenly froze at the sight of someone and quickly hid behind Joshua. Startled, he asked, Your Highness, what are you? Before he noticed it too, Raymond was entering Damien's office. Agnes immediately understood. Damien had summoned her to force another confrontation. I think it would be better if I came back later, she said, and when Joshua protested, what? But the Crown Prince, she insisted, I don't want to run into Sir Raymond right now. If he is seen with me, he'll get caught up in some ridiculous rumors again. Thinking she didn't want to cause more gossip, she added, You understand, don't you? So, please tell my brother in my stead. Joshua, surprised by her genuine fear, wondered if the rumors that she was finally over the captain were actually true. He knocked on the office door, and when Damien said, "Come in," he entered alone. Damien looked up, asking, "Where is Agnes?" And Joshua replied, "Well, she said that something urgent came up and that she would come another time." Damien sighed, murmuring, "Is that so?" disappointed that he couldn't confirm whether she still had feelings for Raymond. Dismissing Joshua, he turned back to Raymond and asked, "Now then, Raymond, did you take care of what I asked you to do?" Raymond placed a stack of papers on the desk and said, "Yes, here. This is a list of all the women who are close with Sirius Melville." Damien flipped through the list, muttering internally, "That bastard. He knew Sirius was a flirt, but this was extreme." After scanning the pages, he wondered if Diana was on the list. Raymond then asked, "Are you still going to push for the princess and Sirius engagement despite all of this, Your Highness? I am certain that Sirius will cause problems even after he gets married. He is not suited to be the princess's husband." Damien raised a brow, amused, replying, "Is that so?" As expected, there are not many men who are as good as you when it comes to choosing a husband for Agnes. Thinking he should prod Raymond a little, he continued, "But you said you hated my little sister, didn't you? Well, do you still feel that way about her?" Raymond remained silent, and Damien spoke again, saying he didn't want to force anything onto him, but believed it would be wise to keep an eye on Sirius Melville for the time being. He added a brief compliment, "Good work," and dismissed him. Raymond replied, "Understood, Your Highness," and turned toward the door, but just as he reached it, Damien called out, "Oh, you're leaving on a mission in 2 days, right? Could you check on Agnes tomorrow?" Then Raymond paused, and with a stiff expression said, "His Majesty was talking about sending Agnes to a wasteland far from the capital soon." Damien's eyes widened. "Why so suddenly?" he asked, and Raymond answered, "I wonder. Perhaps he's anxious because I'm trying to rush Agnes into getting engaged. His Majesty doesn't want her to get married early, after all. I'm saying that you should at least say goodbye before she heads out." Hearing this, Raymond visibly flinched before bowing and replying, "If possible, I will do so, Your Highness." Then he left the office, leaving Damien laughing under his breath as he wondered whether Raymond truly hated Agnes at all. After all, she was talented, of high noble birth, and would have been ideal wife material if she learned maturity. She used her head well, just like Damien. Changing tactics because Raymond never paid Agnes any mind was working surprisingly well. He thought, "Agnes, you'd better thank your big brother for what he's about to do." Later, the Viscount arrived at the palace with his sons, seeking Kylo. A knight informed them Sir Kylo left 2 days ago on an urgent mission. The Viscount refused to believe it, insisting there's no way that is the case. He might have returned. "Can't you look for him?" But the knight responded, "Sir Kylo is set to return 2 days from now." Benjamin then suggested, "Father, let's visit the princess since we're already here." Bradley added cheerfully, "I used a massage pack this morning before coming here." Please, only for the Viscount to grit his teeth and shout, "Shut up. Do you think that just anyone can waltz into the princess's palace? You immature brats." In frustration, the Viscount thought again about how certain he was that Kylo had used their family name to borrow money. From what he had investigated, Kylo's mission actually started tomorrow. There was no reason for him to claim he left early unless he was deliberately avoiding them. Meanwhile, Kylo was hunting monsters far from the palace. After slashing a monster, he thought bitterly about how he had spent days running from the princess and had even volunteered for a low-rank mission just to escape the capital. "What the hell am I doing right now?" he sighed, overwhelmed by embarrassment and shame from the memory of that night. The mere thought of her made his heart pound painfully. He hated himself for feeling anything at all. More than anything, he feared that the princess remembered what happened. What would he do if she asked? What if she began to suspect that someone like him harbored shameful feelings toward her? He told himself he needed to shut her out of his life before these emotions grew too strong, before he started desiring something he could never have. Snap out of it, he thought. That woman is in love with Raymond Spencer. Back at the princess's palace, the head servant caught Agnes trying to sneak out again and scolded, "You can't keep trying to sneak out of the palace, Your Highness. Please stop denying guards just because they aren't Sir Raymond. It would be better to," but Agnes squeezed her hand gently and said, "Head servant, do you know how much I rely on you? I've considered you as my nanny for a while now." Touched, the head servant whispered, "Your Highness." Agnes continued, "So please put your trust in me, too. I came back quickly last time, too, remember? And I have a weapon now, too." After a moment of hesitation, the head servant relented, saying she would allow it, but begged her to return at the promised time. Agnes cheerfully replied, "Yep, don't worry about me." Inside, she thought that having a guard escort her was ridiculous. Today was the last day the birthday cafes were open. She had reserved them earlier than Kylo's actual birthday on purpose, but he never got to see any of them, which was such a shame. Since she was disappointed, she would simply take tons of pictures. But when she reached the cafe, it was closed. Am I too early? She wondered. The streets were bustling with people on their way to work. A man bumped into her and snapped, "Hey miss, why are you blocking the way?" "I'm in a hurry here." Agnes realized that taking pictures now would attract too much attention and risk exposing her incognito status. She decided to wander around the marketplace and return later. Unbeknownst to her, Raymond was hidden nearby, watching her quietly. Raymond told himself that he hadn't started developing feelings for Agnes even after all this time. He simply felt he should apologize for all the times he hurt her. Maybe then he could finally feel at peace. That was the only reason he went to the princess's palace, but he never expected to find her sneaking out of the Imperial palace without a single guard. If something happened to her, her subordinates would be blamed. Did she really slip out just to wander through the marketplace? Agnes had always been like this. She would vanish from time to time, declaring she wanted to go on an adventure. He remembered once finding her near a forest estuary across from the Imperial palace, sleeping peacefully without a care in the world. He had been furious then. He thought she had matured, but perhaps he had been wrong. Suddenly, Agnes spotted a teddy bear in a vendor's stall and, beaming, hurried toward it. Raymond continued watching with a quiet ache in his heart, thinking, "That's right. Agnes has only just come of age. She was just a little girl. If we could go back to the time when we were as close as siblings, then maybe we could fix our relationship." He was about to call out to her when a carriage suddenly came barreling down the street. The coachman screamed, "Get out of the way." "Move." Agnes turned toward the sound, froze, and the carriage struck her. Raymond's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. All color drained from his face as onlookers murmured in horror. Someone got hit by a carriage. The horses must have gotten spooked. Oh no! Which family does this carriage belong to? What do we do? There's so much blood. Is she dead? Raymond sprinted toward her, thinking desperately, no, there's no way. I haven't gotten to talk to you yet. Is it really going to end like this? His hands trembled. Just like back then. No, no. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, "Agnes." Agnes opened her eyes inside the body from her previous life. Her head throbbed painfully, and she thought, that moment I recalled the trauma of getting hit by a car in my previous life. My body froze. But last time I died on my way home from a birthday cafe. Did I really die on my way to one this time? And it was a vehicular accident again. A familiar voice echoed, "I feel really bad about this." Agnes blinked. Huh? A familiar voice, a familiar place. She looked up, and the god stood before her. Agnes's eyes widened. No, no way. She felt cold shock sweep through her. Did this crazy god make another mistake? She yelled, "How can you just kill people like this?" Once is already bad, but twice, the god merely shrugged and said, "I don't understand it either. This has never happened in hundreds of millions of years." Agnes shouted, "And is that all you have to say? Send me back before my body rots." Then she paused, thinking, wait. My reincarnation into a novel was compensation for my first death, which means I can receive compensation again. The god said, "Hello, I'll send you back quickly. So, huh?" Agnes thought, then continued internally. Then this time, I'll ask them to spare Kylo's life since he's destined to die soon. But the god shook his head. I can't do that. Changing a future that hasn't happened yet is impossible. He hasn't died yet, you see, Agnes countered. Then how about a magic tool that brings someone back to life? The god said. I can't give you something that doesn't exist. Agnes pressed. Then how about the ability to save people's lives? The god rejected it again. That power isn't allowed to be bestowed upon humans. Agnes groaned internally. What else is there? Something that can save Kylo. Something that can fix the crack that took Kylo's life. Then suddenly her eyes sparkled with an idea. The god, sensing danger, quickly said, don't think too hard about this. How about you just get back as soon as possible? Time is passing even now, but Agnes snapped, don't change the subject. Hand that thing over. The god stiffened. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Agnes glared. You read my thoughts just now, didn't you? What she remembered was that, in the latter half of part 1 of the novel, Raymond received a magic pendant by chance, a mysterious holy relic. The novel never described exactly how it worked, but every reader had noticed something about it. Agnes looked the god straight in the eye and said, Give me the holy relic that belonged to the ancient gods. Agnes lifted her gaze, her resolve firm, and said, Take responsibility for my life. The god replied, I suppose it can't be helped, and raised a hand. Light radiated from it, enveloping Agnes completely. There won't be a third time. I'll send you back now, the god said, and just like that, Agnes disappeared, sent back to her own body. The god's assistant approached, bowing. My god, the god smiled faintly. Oh, good timing. How has the causality adjustment for the second world gone? The assistant bowed again. It is finished. But why did you do that? This time it wasn't a mistake, the god replied calmly. That child has already started to change the gears of that world thanks to her active meddling. If it continued, many people could die. It could even have brought about the end of that world. Wouldn't it be her responsibility to make things right again? And doing so will be better for her, the one she loves, other people of that world, and for that person who is still asleep as well. It will be better for them all. Back in Agnes' room, the Emperor knelt by her side, tears streaming down his face. Agnes, please open your eyes. It's all my fault. Please, just wake up. Damien stood nearby, streams of tears falling freely, while Daisy's own eyes glistened with sorrow. Your Highness, please open your eyes. Slowly, Agnes stirred and opened her eyes. Seeing her awake, Damien said gently, Are you awake, Agnes? The Emperor whispered, and Gus, my daughter, and Daisy sobbed, Your Highness, you have no idea how worried we all were. After a quick examination, the physician explained, everything has returned to normal. The wound on her forehead has healed as well. She should be fine once she is fully calmed down. The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Is that true? Thank the gods. Agnes' eyes fell on the holy relic strapped to her wrist, and she realized with a start, it wasn't a dream. Damien asked the physician once more, Is she really all right? She stopped breathing for a while. Agnes shivered at the thought. Stopped breathing. Had her body really been dead while she conversed with the god? The physician nodded gravely. Yes, this is nothing short of a miracle, Your Highness. Damien sighed in relief and patted her head gently. Agnes thought wryly, You should have been more careful. What the? Why are you doing this? It's gross, she said aloud. Brother, stop, he said anxiously, and Agnes froze at his concerned gaze. She thought, Fine, I'll let you get away with it just this once. Damien mused silently. She needs to calm down, right? Then he commanded, Bring Raymond Spencer here immediately. Agnes flinched, thinking, what? Right now, the Emperor confirmed, right? Bring him here immediately. That way, Agnes will be able to calm down quickly. Agnes thought in frustration, Guys, it's been a while since I said that I'm over my feelings for him. What? Don't you understand? When will they believe me? This is so annoying. Then a sudden thought struck her, Wait a second. I just hit my head, died, and came back to life. Right? In front of a bunch of people, no less. Right in that case. She called softly, Father. He smiled at her. Yes, my daughter. What would you like? I will do anything for you. Agnes' mind raced. She couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Then she said boldly, "Who is Raymond Spencer? Why are you asking for him to be brought here?" Everyone in the room froze in shock. Damien grabbed her shoulders and exclaimed, "Who is Raymond Spencer? He's the man you wanted to get married to for so long." Agnes blinked, stunned. "Me? When did I say that?" The physician interjected cautiously. "Your Highness, do you know where you are right now?" She answered firmly, "My bedroom, of course." He continued, "And your full name?" She replied, "Agnes Saint. It's a precious name given to me by my late mother, the Empress." The physician, Harry Bobbert, the third-generation Imperial physician, asked further, "Ben, do you remember who the captain of the Order of White Knights is?" Agnes pretended to think, who is it again? "Diana Lennox," the physician replied, leaving everyone shocked. He whispered to the Emperor, "I hate to tell you this, Your Majesty, but it seems that the princess has forgotten all of her memories involving Sir Raymond." The Emperor gasped, "How could this happen? This doesn't make sense." The physician explained gently, "Well, some patients who have gone through unbearable pain sometimes erase their own memories." The Emperor's voice shook with anxiety. "Unbearably painful memories? What? How much pain has my poor Agnes gone through because of that boy?" Agnes quietly said, "Father." He smiled faintly, encouraging her. She continued firmly, "Rather than the person called Sir Raymond, could you please call Sir Kylo Grey here?" The Emperor's face paled. "Who did you say?" She repeated, "Kylo Grey. I want to see him right now." The Emperor furrowed his brow, staring at Agnes with concern. "My daughter, I don't quite understand what you're saying right now. You want to see Sir Kylo Grey?" She nodded firmly. "Yes, I want to see Sir Kylo, the captain of the Black Order and my superior. He is very brave and just. He's even rescued me multiple times during our missions. I think I'll be able to relax a bit if he's here." Everyone present was shocked, exchanging bewildered glances. "What is she saying?" they thought. Damien interjected, "But the one who saved you this time was Sir Raymond. If Raymond hadn't found you when he did, you would have died." Agnes froze for a moment, thinking, "What? Raymond found me?" That workaholic shouldn't have been wandering around the marketplace at that hour, though. Suddenly she remembered a servant telling her that morning, "Sir Raymond said he was going to visit you today." She had replied, "Tell him I'm not here, now." She shuddered and thought, "Did he start following me after that? Why? What's with that guy? Isn't he a bit too creepy to be a romance novel male-led? Also, I would have survived even if Raymond wasn't there." Damien leaned closer, suggesting, "Why don't you try meeting Raymond one time? Your memories might come back if you see him." The Emperor tugged his shoulder anxiously. "Wait, physician, you said this yourself, didn't you? That Agnes forgot about Sir Raymond because of all her painful memories of him." The physician flinched. "Pardon?" The Emperor pressed. Would Agnes' condition get worse as she regained those memories right now? He stared, urging the physician to confirm yes, while Damien glared at him, silently urging no. The physician sweated, finally admitting that is possible. The Emperor asked Damien sharply, how much would Agnes have suffered to erase her own memories? Damien answered, "Why do you want her to recall something like that again?" "I am saying these things because I'm worried about Agnes. You know how much she loved Raymond," the Emperor said softly. "And she must have been hurting just as much." Damien retorted, "How could you say that when you saw how shocked Raymond was earlier?" The Emperor replied firmly, "That has nothing to do with Agnes' current condition." Damien exclaimed, "How could you say that?" While the two argued, Agnes thought with mild boredom, "Can you two stop and call my cute, lovely, adorable kitty cat, Kylo, now?" She swayed pitifully. The after effects of the accident are, I'm anxious and my head hurts." The Emperor snapped to action. "Summon Kylo Grey here immediately. We need to stabilize Agnes' condition." Inside, Agnes smiled quietly to herself. She knew pretending to have amnesia was the perfect excuse. "I hurt my head, so I'll take this opportunity to get closer to Kylo." Meanwhile, Raymond stood outside the room, lost in thought. "The moment I saw blood pooling under Agnes, I recalled the nightmares I had while on the battlefield. The knights who had been talking and laughing earlier, and my companions who had been bragging about letters from their families, became cold, stiff corpses in an instant. Those are my memories from that hell. I could feel myself slowly breaking, but I couldn't show anyone that. If I became agitated, my nights would lose morale. That's why I always pushed myself to my limits and always thought about what to do next. As time passed, my sorrows seemed to fade. It was almost as though I had gone back to the time when Agnes called for me so often that I was almost annoyed, the time when I could forget the pain of losing my mother. Were you aware that I was about to fall apart? Is that why you did your best so that I wouldn't drown in my own sorrows? You were always by my side and annoyed me. But was that you holding me up? There was a time when I thought I wouldn't care even if you disappeared. But that was me being foolish. Whether I like it or not, all of my memories have you in them. You've already become a huge part of what formed my life. The one who can't survive without the other is me, not you. However, I always rejected that small hand that held on to me. I acted so coldly toward you. Please open your eyes one more time. Please don't leave me like my mother did, Agnes. If you open your eyes, I'll never let go of your hand again. I'll do whatever you want, even if that means marrying you. So please, that is what I swore. Raymond recalled Agnes' words he had overheard just before entering the room. Who is Raymond Spencer? Rather than the person called Sir Raymond, could you please call Sir Kylo Grey here? I want to see him right now. At that moment, Emma knocked on Kylo's office door. Sir Kylo, are you inside? Kylo opened the door, and Emma breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're here. Kylo frowned in thought. Isn't this one of the princess's ladies-in-waiting? He asked. I just got back. What is it? Emma said urgently. You must go to the princess's palace immediately. Kylo's eyes widened. The princess's palace, Emma nodded. Her Highness just woke up after being in a very dangerous accident this morning. Kylo flinched, quickly grabbing his coat. She stood there, resolute, and he asked, Tell me what happened as we walk there. As Kylo made his way toward the princess's room, he asked, What kind of accident was it? Emma's voice was quick with urgency. The princess left the palace this morning and was hit by a carriage. She had stopped breathing, but miraculously managed to come back to life. Kylo's eyes widened in shock. Is she safe now? Emma nodded. Yes, but she asked for you as soon as she regained consciousness, Sir Kylo. He froze. What? Did I hear her correctly just now? Did Her Highness hit her head really hard? There's no way she would ask for me otherwise. Emma's eyes shifted toward Raymond, who stood nearby. Greetings, Sir Raymond. Kylo looked at him, puzzled. Why is that guy standing there with such a lost expression? Raymond turned his head, and when he saw Kylo, his eyes narrowed sharply. Emma knocked politely on the door. Your Highness, Sir Kylo has arrived. A calm voice called from inside. Let him in. Kylo stepped forward, and Raymond gritted his teeth as he remained outside. The door closed behind Kylo. Inside, the Emperor greeted him. You're here, Sir Kylo. Kylo flinched at the sight of the Emperor and the Crown Prince, kneeling quickly. Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness. The Emperor waved him off. There is no need for such formalities. You may rise. The physician added, Please come this way, Sir Kylo. Kylo's mind raced. What is going on? What is the princess after? He sat beside her bed. Agnes gently placed her hand on his, squeezing it warmly. Sir Kylo, thank you for saving me. His heart thumped painfully as she held his hand. People often say that one's life flashes before their eyes before they die, right? She continued. Amazingly, I also experienced that. But the thing that left the strongest impression on me were memories of you saving me, Sir Kylo. You protected me so many times. That's why I wanted to thank you as soon as I was able to open my eyes again. Damien shuddered, whispering to the physician. Are you sure that the only issue with her is her memories? I don't think that's the only thing wrong here. Agnes glared at him. My brother's voice is so sharp that it's giving me a headache. I'm sorry, but can you leave? Damien twitched. What? What are you? The physician spoke calmly. My apologies, Your Highness. It is important for her condition to stabilize, so perhaps you should leave. The Emperor added, Go back to your room, Damien. With a huff, Damien trudged out, clearing his throat. The physician turned back to Agnes. Your Highness, for the time being, multiple physicians will come by and give you thorough examinations. During that period, Please stay in your room so your condition can stabilize. Agnes beamed, her eyes sparkling. Is that so? In that case, I hope that Sir Kylo can come by every day and keep me company. Kylo flinched at her words. The princess and I, every day, she smiled warmly. Sir Kylo, will that be all right with you? His heart raced. He bowed slightly. I will do anything if it is your command. She nodded. Thank you. He hesitated, then said, Oh, that reminds me. You're probably tired because you just got back from a mission. Please go and get some rest for today, Sir Kylo, she replied softly. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. He left the room, his mind in turmoil. I have no idea what happened just now. Did the princess really die and come back to life? Why was Raymond standing there with that expression, unable to enter? Why did Her Highness ask me to keep her company? I've been trying so hard to forget that feeling. But if I see her every day, will I really be able to forget it? Damn it, he clenched his fists. It was just an accident, and yet I feel pathetic for clinging to it for so long. Inside, the physician said, I shall take my leave now, Your Highness. The Emperor nodded. Rest well, Agnes. Once alone, Agnes plopped onto her bed, giggling. I can be with Kylo every day from now on. I'm so impressed with my own quick thinking. Everyone will treat me carefully for the time being. If anyone says something ridiculous like Damien did today, I can just chase them out using a headache as my excuse. Most importantly, everyone will understand now if I try to approach Kylo more openly. She sat up and looked at the pendant on her wrist. So, this is a holy relic, huh? Raymond worked really hard to get his hands on this thing, but it was super easy for me. Actually, I got this in exchange for my life, in a sense. And Raymond will still be the main character even if he doesn't have this. So I'll be sure to use this item to the fullest. Later, Kylo was working in his office when a soft knock came at the door. Come in, he called. A servant from the princess's palace stepped in, bowing slightly. Sir Kylo, the princess asked if you have some time right now and requested that I very honorably escort you to her chamber. Kylo thought in surprise, honorably? He ran through the events of the previous night. I was up all night thinking that what happened yesterday might have been a dream, but this is reality, he mused. Then he rose and said, I just finished all of this paperwork. I can go immediately, the servant sighed in relief. Are you sure? Thank goodness. I shall escort you then. Kylo put on his coat, thinking, this will be my first time being alone with the princess after that night. Will I be able to look at her directly? And she asked me to be escorted honorably. I'm sure the princess isn't in her right mind at the moment. While walking, he asked, I heard that the princess suffered from some form of memory loss. Can you explain what exactly the problem is? The servant flinched slightly. Well, Kylo continued, I am asking so that I do not make any mistakes while in Her Highness's presence. The servant swallowed nervously. Well, you are aware that Her Highness was always interested in Sir Raymond in the past, correct? Kylo nodded. Yes, the servant went on. But after yesterday's accident, Her Highness has forgotten every memory pertaining to only Sir Raymond. Kylo raised an eyebrow. Only her memories of Sir Raymond were lost? Everything else is fine. The servant nodded again. Yes. I'm not sure of the details, but I heard that going through incredible pain sometimes results in this effect in people. Kylo thought back to similar situations on the battlefield. I've seen cases like this. When my unit was wiped out by demons, one soldier survived, but all of his memories of the war were erased. His consciousness returned to how it was when he was 15. He's still receiving treatment to this day. He shuddered slightly. Does that mean Raymond Spencer's rejections were that traumatic for the princess? How coldly did he speak to her for her to be hurt this much? Finally, I realized the Emperor's precious jewel, the Imperial ticking time bomb, is a human being who can be hurt, who feels sorrow. The servant added cautiously, everyone is worried because her personality has changed alongside her memory loss. Everyone is walking on eggshells around her because they don't know when she will blow up. Kylo asked quietly, has she become more violent than before? The servant shook her head. No, it's the opposite. She keeps smiling for no reason. But that is even more terrifying for us. Suddenly, the servant froze at the sight ahead. It was Raymond. Kylo's gaze sharpened. Why is he here again? Raymond glared at him. What are you doing here, Kylo Grey? Kylo kept his voice calm. I came because the princess asked for me. Raymond's tone grew cold. Of course. What are you doing here? Kylo thought. The servant's reaction tells me that he came here without telling anyone in advance. How could he have the gall to visit the woman who erased her own memories because of him? Does he have no conscience? Raymond's voice was clipped. The princess asked for you. Kylo replied, why? Raymond said nothing. Kylo continued, thinking aloud, perhaps she wants me to be her nanny instead of you. I'm sure she feels more comfortable around me than you. After all, she doesn't remember you. Raymond twitched with anger. Kylo said firmly, can you move aside now? I need to see the princess. I don't want your unpleasant stench on me, Raymond snapped. Shut that mouth of yours before I. At that moment, the servant knocked sharply at the door. Sir Kylo has arrived, Your Highness. Let him in. Kylo moved past Raymond with a smug smirk, entering the room. Raymond remained outside, clenching his fist in frustration. Inside, Agnes beamed. Sir Kylo, you came. Thank you for coming here so quickly. Please have a seat. Kylo bowed slightly. Yes, Your Highness. She poured tea. Today's tea is exquisite. Please enjoy it with me, she said warmly. Kylo took the cup, glancing at her. I knew she was pretty before, but why am I noticing it even more now? Agnes smiled shyly. I actually don't like tea all that much, but it feels special now that I'm having it with you, Sir Kylo. He looked away, thinking, this is all because of that damn kiss. That's the only reason. She tilted her head, smiling again. Would you like to take a walk with me after we have our tea? I heard that the flowers in the garden have bloomed beautifully. I would love to see them. Kylo's heart raced. Of course, if that is your command. She stared at him for a moment. Why is she staring at me like that? Then she said softly, did you know, Sir Kylo, your eyes are beautiful? Kylo froze. Memories flashed in his mind. His stepmother's cruel words, Liliana's taunts. My eyes, does she even realize what she's saying? Did she lose her eyesight along with her memories after the accident? Agnes smiled, slipping her hand gently through his arm. If you're finished, shall we go on a walk? Kylo rose slowly. Yes, Your Highness, he thought. Maybe the wind will help me snap out of it. A sweet floral scent drifted from a vase in the room, filling his senses. It smells nice. The same scent I noticed when I was trapped with the princess before. So sweet it almost blurs my vision. Agnes beamed, holding his arm firmly. Let's go, Sir Kylo. Kylo flinched, his heart racing. What? What is going on? The floral scent from the vase drifted through the garden. It smells nice. It's the same scent I smelled when I was trapped with the princess before. A scent so sweet that it almost blurs my vision. Agnes beamed. Let's go, Sir Kylo. Kylo's mind raced. Perhaps I am stuck in a massive trap right now, just like before. I might not be able to escape from it again. Damn it. This is the opposite of snapping out of it. Walking through the garden, Agnes thought, warm sunlight, a perfect breeze, and beautiful fragrant flowers. Do any of these things have meaning? When I have my favorite character walking right beside me, she glanced at Kylo. Let's go that way, Sir Kylo. Kylo nodded. As you wish. Agnes continued thinking, was life always this beautiful? This is the first time I feel so glad to be alive. Of course, it would be even more perfect if we didn't have an army of servants following us. She noticed a small drone hovering nearby. That's a flying object used as a security measure for the palace, isn't it? Kylo replied, yes, but for some reason it seems to be following us. Agnes smirked internally. Because that's one of my filming drones. I can't just let our date slip by without recording it, can I? Heh. His Majesty ordered one to follow me in case I get hurt again. Kylo's thoughts darkened. Does it bother you? No, Your Highness. He wondered silently, why are there so many things following us for just a simple walk? Later, they sat down on a small blanket. Agnes said, I was getting annoyed being cooped up indoors just because I'm a patient. So, I'm really glad that I could come outside with you and have a picnic, Sir Kylo. Do you enjoy sweets, Sir Kylo? Kylo replied, no, not really. Agnes giggled, eating a piece of cake. Is that so? Kylo noticed some cream on the side of her face. She teased him internally, really? Of course I do. I put it there on purpose. She held her hand out with the handkerchief. Kylo reached for it. I will get it for you, Your Highness. She brushed her hand against his as she handed it to him. Kylo flinched, thinking, I'm losing my mind. No, I need to snap out of it. The princess shouldn't look beautiful to me. I need to recall how much this woman used to insult me with those lips. He softly wiped the cream from her lips. He blushed as he thought, why did she lean in so defenselessly with those lips of hers? Agnes smiled. It's gone now. You're so kind, Sir Kylo. Kylo's mind raced further. What if the person sitting with her wasn't me, but some other man? Especially Raymond Spencer, who's been acting incredibly anxious lately. If something like this happened between that bastard and the princess, no, that cold fool is probably thinking it's better the princess lost her memories. After all, he now has a chance to start over with her. If something happened between the princess and Raymond, that guy might try to steal her lips to seduce her again. I hate the mere thought of that. Agnes yawned. Sir Kylo, I'm sorry, but may I take a short nap? The sweets I ate must be making me drowsy, Kylo sighed. I shall leave you alone then, she shook her head. No, there's no need for that. She laid her head on his lap. Kylo froze, thinking, she wants to fall asleep like this. Shouldn't we stop her? Someone please, gods, why are you making me face such trials? I really did try to avoid this. If you asked me to pick one person in this empire who does not suit me whatsoever and whom I should never be attracted to, it would be Princess Agnes Saint. That's why I tried to run away before these feelings could grow any deeper. He reflected on his past endurance. I believe I could suppress them: bullying, being ignored, loneliness, exhaustion, torture, and endless battles. Enduring these things was the easiest thing to do. But warm and kind words, a smile as sweet as cotton candy, a warm gaze, these are more difficult to endure than torture. It's the first time I'm experiencing such a ticklish feeling in my heart like this. He raised his hand, shielding her face from the sunlight. How should I suppress these emotions? But I don't want to acknowledge them. No, I can't acknowledge them. I can't acknowledge that I've fallen in love. Chloe and Emma stood at a distance, watching the scene unfold with shock written across their faces. Chloe whispered, almost breathless, "Why is Her Highness treating that savage man like that?" Emma nodded quickly. I know, right? She's been dressing up more than usual these days. And sometimes she hums to herself while fidgeting restlessly. Now she's going to lie down on his lap and sleep. Chloe frowned deeply. Something about it felt undeniably strange. Is there really nothing wrong with Her Highness? She wondered. Later, in her room, Agnes lay comfortably on her bed with a book open in her hands. Her thoughts drifted back to Kylo's face earlier, how red it had turned. How could Kylo be so adorable? She mused silently. I love that his reactions are so predictable, and the fact that he tries to hide how he feels is even cuter. The door opened as Chloe and Emma walked in. Emma leaned forward with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Your Highness, did you enjoy your walk? Did you have a nice nap? Chloe added, what kind of conversation did you enjoy with Sir Kylo? Agnes stared at them knowingly. I can see right through them, she thought before answering aloud. It was as enjoyable as always. Emma blinked. As always? What do you mean, Your Highness? Agnes replied calmly, the time I spent with Sir Kylo while I was with the Order of Black Knights, of course. Inside, she thought, I don't have to worry about my reputation anymore. Now is the time to make Kylo's reputation better. Emma and Chloe exchanged bewildered glances. Enjoyable? That guy? Is it really possible to enjoy spending time with someone like him? Agnes continued, I never told you too about Sir Kylo specifically, did I? Both women perked up, eager. Agnes began recounting every moment, her voice steady. As I mentioned before, Sir Kylo saved my life multiple times. He rushed in to protect me from a monster without worrying about getting injured himself, stayed up all night to nurse me back to health when I collapsed on one of our missions, and carried me on his back even though he was exhausted, just to protect me from traps. Her compliments grew more and more exaggerated until she finally declared, "I've never seen anyone so responsible before. He's the epitome of a perfect knight." And in her heart, she whispered, "I'm going to make everyone realize just how amazing Kylo is." Emma breathed out softly. "We must have misunderstood him." Chloe nodded. "He sounds so brave." Agnes agreed with a gentle nod. Inside, her thoughts spiraled warmly. If I do this, some ladies will show interest in him soon. Of course, I would love to have him all to myself. But unlike in the original novel, Kylo will be able to live in this world for a long, long time now. I want him to defeat his inferiority complex and see the world with warmth. And so, I want everyone to treat him the way he deserves. The desire bloomed in her chest. This feeling isn't a lie or an exaggeration. Elsewhere, in his office, Raymond sat with a drink in his hand, lost in heavy thought. She refused to see me, but called for Kylo Grey personally. The physician's words haunted him. There is nothing wrong with the princess. As I told you yesterday, her injuries have all healed. She also does not show any symptoms of mental trauma. Aside from her lost memories, there is nothing wrong with Her Highness. Raymond exhaled shakily. Aside from her memories. Her memories of him had been the ones causing her pain. Of course, he thought bitterly. At that time, I wanted Agnes to be hurt. I ignored her on purpose and spoke sharply to her. He stared at the floor. Regretting things now is probably useless. My existence is meaningless to Agnes now. Suddenly, his body swayed, then collapsed. Damien's voice rang out, loud and panicked. "Hey, Raymond, do you have some time?" He froze when Raymond hit the ground. "Raymond!" The shout grew frantic. "Hey, is anyone there? Call the physician here immediately. Wake up, Raymond. Spencer." Raymond didn't respond. Darkness swallowed him whole as he fell unconscious. In the void, memories surged violently. Agnes's voice echoed first, sharp with emotion. "Raymond, you promised. You said you would be my partner." He had responded coldly, "I never said that. I have already been chosen as another lady's partner. Please find someone else to escort you, Your Highness." She protested desperately. I said, "I don't want anyone besides you, Raymond. What am I supposed to do now that you've broken your promise like this?" He had sighed. "I don't recall making any promise of the sort." Agnes asked, trembling, "Who is it? What kind of girl is your partner? Who is making you act like this towards me?" His voice had gone colder still. "If I tell you who it is, will you go find her and torment her?" She flinched. "That's not, I just..." He snapped, "How long are you planning on throwing tantrums like a child? If you keep acting like this, everyone will leave your side before too long, Your Highness." Agnes had whispered softly, "I'm fine as long as I have you, Raymond. I don't need anyone else." He had paused, then delivered the cruelest cut of all. "I am going to be the first one to leave your side, Your Highness." When he turned to walk away, Agnes grabbed his arm quickly. "I won't let you leave me." Raymond remembered her haughty attitude, acting as though anything she desired belonged to her. "You have to stay by my side, Raymond. You can't go anywhere." She had begged him, her voice trembling, "Stay with me forever." Her obsession then had terrified him. She would do anything if it meant keeping him. He pulled his hand free and said sharply, "This is why I don't want to be your partner, Your Highness." Agnes's voice echoed through Raymond's fading consciousness, sharp and trembling with fury and pain. "Did you really think that I would be unable to run away from you just because you were trying to stop me? Even if I have to live with horrendous demons, it would be better than living a life of being dragged around and obeying your every whim, Your Highness." And yet, after all that fire, she had looked at him with an expression he could never forget and said softly, "Even so, I'll still be waiting for you. Come find me when you change your mind." "Okay." Agnes had never wavered. Not once. No matter what he said to her, she stayed, persistent and unshaken. That unrelenting devotion had made him believe that no harshness of his could ever push her away. She had always been selfish, immature, stubborn, yet unwaveringly devoted. Always looking only at him. That was the Agnes he knew. That was why he thought it was harmless to speak cruelly to her. He was sure she would never leave. So when she told him she had given up on him, he hadn't believed it. He assumed it was another one of her childish acts to get attention. But then she actually began distancing herself. And the moment he realized she might truly disappear from his life forever, the anxiety ate him alive. "I was relying on your love a lot more than I had realized," he admitted to himself, buried deep within that painful dream memory. "I've just now realized this and swore to myself that I would never hurt you again." Agnes's voice rang out again, accusing, raw. "Are you really saying that after calling out to me until you gave me a headache, clinging to me, following me around, and filling up my entire life with nothing but you? You're just going to forget about me? How could you do something like that to me? Why did it have to be now?" The echo of her words snapped apart as Raymond woke with a sharp breath. Staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, he whispered, "Why did I dream about the past?" Damien's voice came from beside him. "Are you finally awake?" Raymond blinked. "Your Highness." Sitting in a chair at his bedside, Damien sighed. "I came to see you because your subordinate was worried about you. I heard that you haven't been eating and that you've been completely out of it these days. What's the matter? Did the fact that Agnes stopped breathing for a bit traumatize you that badly?" Raymond said nothing. The silence thickened. Damien frowned. "I really don't understand you. I thought that you wouldn't care all that much, even if Agnes ended up dying." Raymond flinched at the words. Then, after a moment, he spoke quietly. "I thought so too, but when I saw her hand go limp, I fell apart." Damien stared at him. "Are you saying that you finally had a change of heart?" Raymond shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure," he admitted, mind swirling. "I can't even tell what is real or not anymore." Agnes had forgotten about him. That was impossible, unthinkable. I was the most important person in her life, he thought, the bitterness burning deeper. Watching him unravel, Damien thought grimly, this guy is completely out of it. It was clear now Raymond's feelings for Agnes ran far deeper than he had ever admitted. If the Agnes before she lost her memory saw him like this, she would be thrilled, Damien realized. But instead, fate had twisted everything. Now that Raymond had finally begun to understand his own feelings, Agnes could no longer remember any of the love or pain they shared. Isn't this a complete disaster for both of them? As Raymond's lord, his oldest friend, and Agnes's older brother, Damien knew he couldn't sit back any longer. He finally spoke with resolve. "I'll help you. If you are willing to give your relationship with Agnes another try, I'll help you. You want to marry her?" Raymond hesitated, thinking deeply. He had always sensed that marriage to Agnes was inevitable, an imperial command he would have had to obey, no matter how he felt. And once, he despised that idea more than anything. So why, he wondered bitterly, when I finally attained freedom, does it feel like my rightful future has been stolen from me? Aloud, he muttered, "If my lord commands it." But Damien interrupted sharply. "No, I am asking you what you want, Raymond. Do you want her to like you again?" Raymond's thoughts twisted painfully. Even if he had treated her feelings like dirt, even if he had tossed them aside, they had always belonged to him. They were the one thing no one had ever taken away. "Of course I want them back," he admitted silently. Then he nodded. Damien's expression softened. "Yes, I see. Then consider this situation a blessing. Agnes forgot about all of the times you hurt her. If you treat her well, she'll definitely start to like you again." Raymond inhaled slowly. That's right, he thought. Maybe this is. Damien finished for him. "You've basically been given a second chance, right?" That night, Raymond walked steadily toward the princess's palace, Damien's words echoing in his mind like a steady drumbeat. "You've basically been given a second chance, right?" My head is becoming clearer, Raymond thought. Just as the crown prince said, "This is my chance." A chance to become a different man than my father. And I won't see Agnes suffering the way my mother did anymore. The memory of the past tugged at him. Even back then, you only regained consciousness after I determined that I would do anything for you. He looked up at Agnes's window, the soft glow spilling out from it. You heard my voice. You came back for me. You came back to take hold of me again, just as you always have. Once, he had thought these repeated encounters were curses, chains binding him. But now, everything feels like fate trying to draw the two of us together. The fact that you died and came back to life, and that you forgot about me as well. Just then, the balcony door opened. Agnes stepped outside, the moonlight outlining her silhouette. Raymond felt his breath catch. I'm actually starting to look forward to things now, he thought. Did you fall in love with me at first sight in the past, or did your feelings grow slowly? I wonder how you will come to love me this time. I'm looking forward to the moment you fall in love with me again. So much so that I can't wait. His eyes softened with dangerous resolve. This time, I'll make sure you only have happy memories of me so that you can't ever leave me again. Agnes, spotting him, instantly slammed the door shut and hurried back inside. It was hot. I wanted to leave my window open tonight, she thought irritably. That bastard. Why is he staring up at someone's room in the middle of the night like some creep? Of course, if it had been Kylo doing that. If it were Kylo, I would have run downstairs so we could have a moonlight date. But Raymond? The man she did not like? Creepy. He was following me on the day of my accident, and he and Kylo almost fought outside my room. Why is he doing this? Agnes puffed out a breath. Whatever. I'm going to think about my date tomorrow instead. The next day, a servant approached Kylo. Sir Kylo, Viscount Grey is asking for you. I can't really, Kylo began, but another servant quickly cut in. Sir Kylo must fulfill an order given to him by the princess. Please leave. I don't have to get involved with House Grey anymore, Kylo thought bitterly, but he obeyed. On his way to Agnes's palace, several servants greeted him warmly. Sir Kylo, are you going to assist the princess again? Thank you for your hard work, Sir Kylo. Kylo felt a strange flutter of discomfort. People have changed the way they look at me. And not long ago. 3 young women had stopped him shyly. Greetings, Sir Kylo. The saga of you and the Black Knights left a very big impression on us. He had replied awkwardly, thank you. My life is so peaceful these days. Sometimes I wonder if this is all just a dream, he thought. But peace came with pressure. All of these changes happened because of this woman. Welcome, Sir Kylo, Agnes said warmly as they began walking through the garden. According to the Imperial physician, I'm recovering very well, she continued. It's all thanks to you, Sir Kylo. Really, thank you. Not at all. I haven't done anything for you, Your Highness, he replied stiffly. Agnes blinked. What are you saying? You're escorting me right now, aren't you? But anyone can do that. I'm not special. She tilted her head. Do you hate it? What? Do you hate spending time with me, Sir Kylo? His heart lurched. Not at all. That's not what I meant. She chuckled softly, causing his ears to turn red. It's fine. As you said, anyone can simply walk alongside me. But not just anyone can make this a very peaceful and enjoyable time for me. I feel safe when I'm with you, Sir Kylo. And I have a lot of fun, too. I can say that I feel this way because you're special, right? Special? Kylo thought, flustered. These are the things that put me in a difficult spot. Special? In what way? The princess's strange behavior kept stirring thoughts he shouldn't be having. Shall we sit down and rest for a bit, Sir Kylo? She asked. As you wish. Kylo swallowed hard. Could this be the princess's plot to make me relax? Because every day feels like a dream, and once I let my guard down, maybe she'll take everything away from me to make me fall into despair. No, I can't be swept up. This is all just because of the princess's whims. I know better than anyone that I'm not that impressive. Someday everything will go back to normal. I shouldn't misunderstand things. Agnes noticed a flower petal on his cheek and gently reached toward him. Kylo flinched. "A flower petal decided to rest on your cheek, Sir Kylo," she said, beaming. Whenever she smiles like this, Kylo thought helplessly, "I can't help but think this thought." Agnes looked at him, still smiling. "Does the princess," she said, her sentence hanging in the air. She looked at him softly and said, "Did you know, Sir Kylo, flowers suit you really well?" He paused for a moment before replying that no one had ever said that to him before. She chuckled lightly and said, "Really? I'm glad you know now." But Kylo, feeling flustered, answered, "Actually, I think flowers suit someone like you much better, Your Highness." Curious, she smiled and asked, "And what kind of person am I?" He looked at her with sincerity and said, "Well, someone who knows how to smile brightly." She blinked, thinking, "What's with that adorable answer? If I look bright to you, that's because I'm reflecting the light you give off. You're the light of my life, my sun, my star, my moon, my precious." Her heart began to race. Oh my goodness. Does this mean he was thinking something that adorable every time she smiled? She couldn't hold back anymore and teased him, "I guess you'll need to smile for us to determine who the flowers look better on. Then, can you smile brightly for me? Just once?" Kylo, flustered and stiff, muttered, "Just once," then forced a sneering smile, the only kind he had given for years, usually to mock others. She quickly suppressed her laughter. Looking away, Kylo mumbled, as expected, "They do not suit me at all." She chuckled warmly, "No, you're plenty of dew. They suit you just fine. I'd like to see a more natural smile from you, though. Since we're on that topic, what do you like, Sir Kylo?" He seemed unsure. "I'm not sure." Agnes leaned closer. "Have you done anything fun or had something really delicious to eat recently?" Kylo stayed silent for a moment before saying, "Not that I can recall." She suddenly stood up with determination and declared, "All right, I've decided. I'm going to find out what you like, Sir Kylo, because I must see you smiling genuinely in front of me." He froze, stunned by her words. Then he gently asked, "What about you, Your Highness? What do you like?" She thought in her heart, "You, Kylo Grey, the captain of the Order of Black Knights, the cute, sexy, handsome man with big muscles and veins." But she only replied aloud, "Sweet desserts or cute things, I guess." He continued, "What do you hate then?" She stopped breathing for a moment. "Something I hate?" Memories of her previous life resurfaced, silence, loneliness, and the cold shadows. She finally whispered, "I hate being left alone." Realizing she had said too much, she panicked inside. "Oh no, I've said something unnecessary to Kylo about my previous life." So she quickly tried to explain, when my mother passed away, my mother was loved and respected by everyone at the Imperial Palace." Her voice trembled as she remembered. "When she died, my father and all of the servants were plunged into despair, but I was so young I didn't fully understand what death meant. I was sure she would come back in a few days. At the time, I hated that no one gave me attention." She recalled knocking on Damien's room door. Brother, I'm bored. Please play with me." But Damien opened the door angrily and said, "Mother has passed away, but all you can think about is playing. I'm disappointed in you, Agnes. Unlike you, I need to step up and take Mother's place and be responsible for our national affairs. If you understand, stop bothering me and go back to your room." Agnes continued speaking softly. "My nanny was the only person who comforted me during that time. She would say, 'It's all right, Your Highness.' The Crown Prince only said those things because the Empress's death hurt him as well. But she too passed away shortly after. Those moments shaped me. I think I participated in many parties because of those memories. Whenever I'm alone, I feel as though I'll be swallowed up by those dark times again. I feel like I'll be the only person left in this world." As she spoke, Kylo felt his own painful memory surface, loneliness and abandonment he could never forget. She tried to brush it off in her mind. "Well, those are all just memories I have from the original Agnes, though." But Kylo stepped forward and said with deep sincerity, "Call me whenever you'd like. Not just when you need someone to talk to, but when you need a personal guard, an errand boy, or even when you're busy. I will come. This is the only thing someone like me can do for you. But I would still like to help you in some way. I know that feeling all too well, you see." She smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you, Sir Kylo." Kylo silently questioned himself. Why does she care about me? Why does every small thing I do for her make her happy? Why did she tell me her biggest weakness, something she has never shared with anyone else? And that night when she kissed me, was that really just an accident? I know it doesn't make sense, but the more I get to know her, I keep thinking maybe her heart doesn't belong to Raymond Spencer, but rather to me. Later, in the Emperor's throne room, the Emperor spoke with a sharp gaze. "I heard that Princess Agnes calls you to her side every day, Sir Kylo. What do you think of her current condition?" Kylo replied respectfully, "She seems healthy. Nothing appears to be wrong with her." The Emperor sighed with relief. "That's good. I worry that Agnes is bothering you, but I appreciate your efforts. I will be sure to reward you for everything you've done." But his tone suddenly darkened. "However, I am worried that some different rumors about Agnes will begin to circulate at this rate." Kylo tensed instantly, unable to hide his reaction. The Emperor leaned forward. "It seems that Agnes trusts you a lot. What do you think? Do you agree, Sir Kylo?" The Emperor spoke sternly. "I'd rather Agnes didn't get swept up in any scandals. What do you think, Sir Kylo?" Kylo immediately understood the hidden threat behind those words. His Majesty has made his intentions clear by asking me this question. If I hold any ill feelings toward the princess, he won't forgive me for it. Then he bowed and replied, "That will never happen, Your Majesty. Not only is it impossible for anyone to spread rumors about the princess like that, but I have only gained a small bit of her trust. The event you are worried about will never come to pass." The Emperor nodded slowly. "I see. I will trust your word, Sir Kylo. You may leave now." Kylo answered respectfully, "Understood, Your Majesty," and quietly left the throne room. Back in his office, Kylo sat alone, burying his emotions deep inside. There's one thing I realized for certain after hearing the Emperor's warning, which he disguised as a question, and that is, I wasn't able to grasp this situation at all. He clenched his fists. "I know it's impossible to begin with. But if the princess actually does hold some form of romantic feelings for me, she is still the most precious woman in this empire, as well as the Emperor's most beloved treasure. There's no way she would ruin the good reputation she's finally starting to rebuild with her own two hands, by picking someone like me." He lowered his head in shame. What kind of fantasy was I dreaming up just from the tiny bit of kindness and curiosity she showed me? How pathetic of me. The next day, on his way to see Agnes, Kylo's heart pounded. "I come to the princess's palace every day now, but I still can't get used to it. Is it because I spoke with the Emperor yesterday? Today feels especially suffocating." A servant rushed toward him. "My apologies, Sir Kylo. It seems that another guest arrived while I went to go get you. Can you please wait in another waiting room for the time being?" "A guest?" Kylo asked, trying to remain calm. He sighed inwardly. "Maybe this is for the better. I'll have some time to calm my heart." He finally said aloud, "I understand. Then I'll come back tomorrow." The servant suddenly cut in. "Apparently, Sir Raymond is here." Kylo froze mid-step. "Raymond Spencer." "Of course. There's no way the captain of the White Order doesn't know that the princess calls for me at this time every day. But he chose now to come and see her." Kylo gritted his teeth. He used to always treat me like an insect. Is he finally treating me like a rival now, just because the princess has called me to her side? How vile. Meanwhile, Raymond stood confidently before the servant. "Please tell Her Highness that I have something I must tell her," he said with a calm authority. Agnes, already dressed beautifully and excited to meet Kylo, asked quickly, "Who is here?" The servant replied nervously, "Well, Sir Raymond Spencer has come to see you, Your Highness." Her face dropped. "Just tell him that I have plans and send him away." But the servant hesitated. "Sir Raymond said that he would wait until you would see him, Your Highness." Agnes groaned internally. "Why? And did it have to be now? I dressed up and did my hair and makeup so that I could go ride a boat with my adorable, lovely cutie pie Kylo today. I can't believe another man gets to see all the effort I put into my appearance before Kylo." But suddenly reality hit her. If she waited any longer, Raymond and Kylo might run into each other. That would be a catastrophe. She sighed. Then, please take Sir Kylo to a different waiting room once he arrives, and serve him some tea and desserts while he waits. Understood, Your Highness. What about Sir Raymond? Bring him here, she said firmly. I'll just let him say what he has to say and send him back as quickly as possible. I can't let Kylo's mood be ruined. We haven't even gotten to ride a boat together yet. Emma asked curiously, what do you think he wants to tell you, Your Highness? Chloe rolled her eyes. Maybe he's going to act condescendingly because he brought you back to the palace after your accident. Agnes pouted. He's probably just here to make a courtesy call since I'm a patient. Though, I don't know how I feel about that. Don't worry, Your Highness. If he tries to say anything mean to you, we'll chase him out immediately, Chloe assured confidently. But when the door opened and Raymond entered, both ladies completely froze, forgetting their brave words. His beauty and presence were overwhelming. As expected of the male lead, Agnes thought, slightly annoyed. He's not my type, but I can acknowledge that his outer shell looks nice. Thank you for agreeing to see me, Your Highness, Raymond said gently. Agnes's heart throbbed. And sometimes, my heart hurts when I see him. Because Agnes liked him for so long when she was younger. During times like these, all you have to do is hit your heart a few times to make it better, she thought as she tapped her chest. Raymond stepped forward, surprised. Are you all right? If your chest hurts, I can call for the physician. No, I'm fine, she said quickly. Then she looked at her ladies-in-waiting. Waiting. Raymond bowed to them slightly. My apologies, ladies. Could you please leave for a moment? Agnes was horrified. What? He can't just tell my ladies to leave. But her ladies betrayed her instantly. Of course, Sir Raymond. Have a lovely talk, you too, they said as they rushed out. Wait, girls. She screamed inside her mind. His face was too amazing for them to keep their promise. I'll get them for this later. She cleared her throat with fake confidence. You're Sir Raymond, right? I heard that you found me after my accident and brought me back to the palace. I'm finally able to thank you for that. It was nothing, really, Raymond replied with soft eyes. Why is he looking at me like that? I feel uncomfortable, she thought and stiffened. Are you not aware that staring like that is considered rude? My apologies. I was staring because I was worried about your health, but it looks like I caused you to misunderstand my intentions. My apologies, Your Highness, he said sincerely. Agnes crossed her arms. I would like it if you tell me why you are here and leave. I have a prior engagement, you see. A prior engagement? Raymond repeated slowly. I came to make sure you are doing well, Your Highness. She frowned. I don't think the physician has given the okay for people to visit me yet, though. I have the right to see you despite not having that permission, Your Highness, he said firmly. Agnes froze. Right? What right? What nonsense is he spouting now? Are we sure he wasn't hit by the carriage too? What do you mean? This is my first time hearing anything of the sort. Are you claiming that you are my fiancé or something? Yes, that was the plan, he answered without hesitation. Agnes's eyes widened, her entire mind screaming, What did you say? We were supposed to be engaged, Your Highness, he said calmly. We were, since when? She thought, completely stunned and speechless. Raymond stared at her quietly, deep in thought. Agnes truly doesn't remember me. Her eyes show no emotion. I can tell just by looking at them. Why did it take Agnes losing her memories for me to finally realize how beautiful she is? Agnes sat stiffly as he spoke aloud. We were meant to be betrothed to each other. I heard many rumors recently that we did not have a very good relationship, but it was only a small misunderstanding. Please do not be swayed by rumors. Misunderstanding, she repeated in her mind with irritation boiling inside. Then she said sharply, Sir Raymond, we saw each other a few nights ago outside of my bedroom, correct? Why were you looking into my bedroom window? You do realize that doing something like that could get you dragged off to prison, right? Raymond remained calm. I only did that because I was worried about you, Your Highness. It is my duty to protect the Imperial family, and I am also partially in charge of guarding the palace. So, please be understanding of my actions that night." Agnes flinched. What's with his eyes? I think he's actually lost his mind. I should send him away. She forced a polite smile. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you leave now. As I said before, I have an appointment. Raymond stood up slowly. I understand. I will come again tomorrow then. You don't need to do that, she interrupted coldly. He froze mid-step. Agnes sipped her tea. I will call for you if I need you. You don't need to come here otherwise. Understood, Your Highness, he said finally, and left the room. As soon as the door shut, Agnes slumped in exhaustion. That drained all of my energy. She pressed her fingers to her temples. Did Raymond lose his mind somewhere around this time in the original novel? Actually, he did have a creepy side in the original story. If he was suspicious of one of the knights, he would stalk them everywhere. And because that knight was actually a spy for the demon worshippers, I was the only one who got badmouthed for that event. Look, your best boy really is a weirdo. Ugh. Anyway, I have no idea why that guy is suddenly acting like he's my ex. I don't want to think about anything that isn't related to Kylo. Kylo's waiting in another room right now. I should recharge my energy for when he gets here. But opposite to her hopeful thoughts, Kylo was still standing right outside her room. He refused to move even when the servant insisted, Sir Kylo, please wait in the other room. I will wait here, Kylo responded firmly. Then the door opened, Raymond stepped out and immediately noticed him. His expression twitched in annoyance. You're here again, Kylo Grey? Kylo smirked smugly. That's right. The princess asks for me every day after all. What about you? Why do you keep coming to see Her Highness? Raymond's jaw tightened. Kylo continued mockingly, you used to treat the princess as though she was a leech. But now you're suddenly acting like you're worried about her? Raymond shot him a cold glare. Kylo, you're mistaking something here. Don't think that the princess is asking for you now in the same way she used to ask for me. Of course, I'm sure you know best that something like that is impossible. Kylo clenched his hands at his sides. This bastard. That's right. I know it even without you telling me. Even if you didn't say anything, I've been on my guard trying to prevent myself from imagining such impossibilities. But this feeling... You are the last person I want to find out about it. Kylo stepped closer. Are you sure about that? Why isn't it possible? The princess doesn't have any memories of you at all now, and she's been asking for me every day. Raymond scoffed. Are you being serious right now? What? Are you afraid that I'll seduce the princess or something? Kylo said, narrowing his eyes. I'd rather die than see the princess fall for this bastard again, he thought furiously. Raymond leaned forward in anger. Are you saying that the princess is capable of falling for someone like you? How shameless. The servant trembled, watching them. Why are you two doing this? If word gets out that someone is causing a fuss at the princess's palace, both the princess and the emperor are going to lose it. But the princess was already watching the entire spectacle from inside the room. A scene of Kylo asserting his dominance, she almost squealed. I just wanted to ask when Kylo would get here, but I never thought I would witness a rare scene like this. And I'm the cause of their battle for dominance. She giggled silently. I should reward the servant who allowed me to witness a scene like this, maybe a nice paid vacation. And what? He's going to seduce me? Her eyes sparkled. I want to run out there and ask him how he's going to seduce me. Right away. Try to seduce me, please. I need it. The servant guarding the door suddenly heard, heavy breathing coming from inside. He panicked and shouted, Your Highness. The door burst open. Agnes stood there, cheeks burning red, caught in the act. Both men froze instantly. Kylo turned bright red. Did she hear everything? Kylo couldn't believe he had said something so ridiculous, admitting that the princess could like someone like him right in front of her. Raymond bowed his head slightly to Agnes, then left. Kylo's own words echoed in his mind. That's right. The princess asked for me every day after all. What? Are you afraid that I'll seduce the princess or something? He thought, embarrassed. Damn it. He wasn't actually serious about that and needed to come up with some kind of excuse. She said, "Come in, Sir Kylo." Kylo stepped inside. "Have a seat," she added. Kylo sat down and asked, "Did you hear everything, Your Highness?" She replied calmly, "Yes, I did." Kylo thought to himself, "I'm sure she's furious, but I didn't actually mean what I said." He realized he had only spoken out of frustration at Raymond Spencer, not out of any true intentions toward the princess. He reflected that she would probably think her small kindness had made him cocky, and that was why he had crossed the line. He had shown the most petty side of himself to the one person he wanted to hide it from at all costs, all because of his inferiority complex. The princess probably wouldn't ask for him again after this. Her warm gaze, her gentle touch, her smile, it all felt like the warmth of a beautiful misunderstanding. Everything would end now. "I didn't actually mean those things, Your Highness," Kylo confessed. "I just said them because I was angry at that BS. I mean at Raymond Spencer. I said those things without thinking. I know I'm just giving excuses, but I'm very sorry." Agnes thought, how could this be? My favorite character is actually a baby bunny. How did a kitten become a baby bunny? How does he become more adorable and lovable every day? How does that make sense? She noticed his trembling hands and reflected. Some may refer to Kylo as a pathetic lump with an inferiority complex, but I like that part of him. After all, his inferiority complex proves that he wants to grow. Kylo may have continued to curse Raymond out of jealousy, but eventually he acknowledged his inferiority complex and took Raymond's place, sacrificing himself and saving the lives of so many people. She had liked Kylo even before all of that happened, of course, but perhaps that event was fate drawing them together. That's why, in this moment where he accepted his flaws, she found him incredibly lovable. "You really had no intention of seducing me then?" she asked. "Of course not. How could I ever think that?" he replied. She thought, "That's a little disappointing though." "But wait," she said, "why would you seducing me provoke Sir Raymond?" According to what her ladies-in-waiting had said, Sir Raymond hated her. Kylo said, "I thought so as well, but his recent actions make me think otherwise." She wondered, "Huh, really? But why?" "I thought for sure Raymond couldn't have any romantic feelings for me." He explained, "I suppose that even if he doesn't love you, Your Highness, I could at least make him feel as though I took something away from him, and it would hurt even more if the person who stole something that belonged to him was of humble origins." She felt a rush of anger. "Kylo, who said that to you?" "Huh." Then she realized, "Oh wait, that was me in the past." She asked, "Then would Sir Raymond feel uncomfortable if we are very close to each other in front of him?" Kylo said, "I would think so." She smiled and said, "Shall we try that then?" Kylo was stunned. What? He thought she should be angry at him. Why was the princess smiling again? She admitted, "I don't remember why, but I feel like I will be happy if that man gets angry." Kylo thought, "I determined that I would have to distance myself from you. But every time you look at me with those eyes, it makes me unable to push you away. I start to wish that this kindness will be eternal, and I walk willingly into this trap like a fool again and again." She said, "It seems that you want this as well. Let's get along, shall we?" He agreed. "All right." She smiled. "It's a deal then." Later that evening in her room, Agnes thought happily, "How lucky can I be? Just a short while ago I wanted to slap Raymond, but now I feel like paying him a hefty sum. Thank you, Raymond. You're a true hero. Thanks to him, I can be even closer with Kylo now." The Imperial physician had said, "The Imperial physicians have finished their examinations. The princess has simply lost a portion of her memories. Since there are no other problems with her health, I will allow her to resume her social activities." Agnes thought, "I'm finally free again. I don't have to be stuck in my room anymore. People are allowed to visit me freely now as well. Now all I have left to do is be lovey-dovey with Kylo." That was her thought. But the first person to officially visit her was not only the female lead of the novel, but she was also crying in front of her. Agnes said, Lady Hazel," and Hazel, sniffling, replied, "I was so worried. I wanted to come and see you sooner, but my younger brother fell ill, so I could only come to visit now, Your Highness." Agnes mused silently. Does she mean her twin brother? The one known for being incredibly handsome? Glancing at Hazel, she thought that although many people had changed the way they treated her since she arrived in this world, she didn't expect Hazel to be one of them. Aside from the time she asked on founding day whether Agnes had actually given up on Raymond or not, they had barely interacted at all. Hazel asked carefully, "I heard that you lost all of your memories of Raymond Spencer. Is that true?" Agnes continued her inner thoughts. Oh, so she came because of Raymond then? Now I see why she suddenly decided to visit me out of the blue, though I still don't know why she's crying. She replied aloud, "There would be no reason for me to lie about something like that." Hazel's expression brightened. That's such a relief. Agnes stared, flabbergasted. Is she really that happy about me giving up on Raymond? Hazel quickly corrected, "Oh, I meant that it's a relief you recovered without any major issues with your body, Your Highness." Agnes thought, "I doubt that." Then she said coldly, "I see. If that is all you came for, can you leave now?" Hazel bowed politely, "I understand. I will come to see you again soon." Agnes stared after her, baffled. But why? She opened her mouth. "You don't need to," but Hazel had already left without listening. Agnes felt frustration rising. What's going on? Are all of the main characters losing their minds? According to her plan, she should be happy. She could get closer to Kylo, get rid of the annoyance called Raymond, and everyone would be happy. That was the plan. But first Raymond, and now Hazel too. Why won't they leave her alone? Later, it rained outside the princess's palace. Inside, Kylo and Agnes were playing chess. "Checkmate," Kylo declared. Agnes stretched out her arms. "I lost again. I just can't beat you, Sir Kylo." "You are being too humble, Your Highness." "I know that you're going easy on me," he said. Agnes thought to herself, it's been 2 days since Kylo and I agreed to get along with each other. And during that time, I learned a few things about him that I didn't know before. "Shall we play a few more games?" she asked. "Of course," he answered. She continued thinking, "One thing I learned is that he's actually quite good at keeping up a conversation." "When did you learn to play chess?" she asked. "I learned it from one of my companions who was from a fallen noble family back in my mercenary days," he replied. "He must have been quite good," she said. He nodded. Yes, he earned more money through betting than from his mercenary work. Agnes thought, he can make casual jokes and knows how to speak in ways that make the other person feel happy. He was always described as rough in the novel, but that was probably because he never had someone he could be comfortable around. After seeing so many people whose expressions I can't read, I feel so healed because Kylo wears all his emotions on his sleeve. The fact that he's showing me these sides of himself surely means he's opening up his heart to me. In the original novel, he left House Grey after being abused by them. That was all it said about his past. Maybe I can learn more now. Then she asked, "How did you start working as a mercenary?" He hesitated. "It isn't a pleasant story. You wouldn't enjoy hearing about it, Your Highness." "Is that so?" she replied gently. Agnes thought, I guess we aren't close enough for that yet. She noticed the rain had stopped and Kylo rose to his feet with a bow. "I didn't notice the time passing. I have some business with the Order of Knights to deal with. Please excuse me." She said, "I'll send someone to fetch you tomorrow at the usual time." He replied softly, "Understood. Please enjoy your rest, Your Highness." On his way back, Kylo was lost in thought. The princess who lost her memories is almost like a completely different person. Is that why I feel like I also become a different person when I am with her? He felt like he wasn't just a rogue with a lowly noble status when she looked at him. He felt more confident, more dignified, like he was changing. But he also thought, in truth, I am a filthy and horrible person who will do anything if it helps me survive. He feared disappointing her if she heard about his past. He felt like he was deceiving her with his silence. Yet a small whisper insisted, but wouldn't it be okay to keep experiencing this warmth I've never felt before, just a little longer? The next day, a servant approached him. "Sir Kylo, the princess said that you do not have to come to her palace today." Kylo froze. What? His heart tightened. Is she bored of me now? Did I make a mistake without noticing? He remembered she once hated him. Back then, he didn't care. So why does his heart hurt now? He said, I see. So I can't see her today, and thought helplessly, I've messed things up for myself yet again. Meanwhile, Emma burst into Agnes's room without knocking. Your Highness, it's an emergency. Agnes snapped, what's going on? You didn't even knock. Emma explained, well, His Majesty said that from now on, whenever you leave your bedroom, you must always have a personal guard by your side at all times. Agnes gasped, what? She realized quickly always means even on missions. Even on dates with Kylo. How would she get them trapped together again? Emma added, but there's an even bigger problem. Prince Damien is pushing for Sir Raymond to be your personal guard. Agnes shouted, he can't get away with this. She leapt out of bed, fuming. I can't let that happen no matter what. Agnes commanded, go tell Sir Kylo he doesn't need to come see me today. Yes, Your Highness, Emma answered. Agnes clenched her fists. I need to go right now and defeat the evil demon known as my brother. I'm coming for you, Damien. In the Emperor's throne room, the Emperor asked, why do you think Raymond Spencer should be Agnes's personal guard? Damien replied, do you remember why the position of Agnes's personal guard has been vacant until this point, Father? Agnes had found issues with anyone they suggested due to social status or abilities and chased them away. The Emperor thought that's true. Damien continued, but those were all excuses. Everyone knew that Agnes would only accept Raymond Spencer as her personal guard. And putting her feelings aside, there is no one more fitting for that role than Raymond anyway. The Emperor, slightly annoyed, said, why not? How about Sir Clifford from the Order of Gold Knights? He is not lacking in either skill nor social status. Actually, Captain Clifford had been a member of the Order of Gold Knights, a small elite group responsible for the Emperor's safety. Damien said, you want to assign Sir Clifford to Agnes? I can already see her telling Sir Clifford that he's nothing but an old-fashioned geyser. The Emperor thought she definitely could say something like that. Then he asked, but didn't Raymond state that he didn't want to be Agnes's personal guard? Damien chuckled lightly. He changed his mind. I asked him personally a short while ago. It seems he was also greatly shocked by Agnes's accident. He is treating Agnes with kindness now and will do anything for her. The Emperor stiffened, thinking, isn't that an even bigger problem? Damien added, I know what you are concerned about, Father. You're afraid that the two of them might get married, right? But is your concern really for Agnes' sake? Are you sure it isn't just because of your own personal grudge against Sir Raymond? The Emperor flinched. Suddenly, a servant knocked and entered. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Princess Agnes is here. Moments later, Agnes entered. The Emperor asked, Agnes, are you feeling better now? She bowed. Yes, Father. Then she added, I heard something. I heard that brother was pushing for Sir Raymond to become my personal guard. The Emperor said, that's right. But I personally think that Sir Clifford would be better suited for that role. What do you think, Agnes? She replied, I think that whether it is Sir Raymond or Sir Clifford, if either one of them is assigned to be my personal guard, then I will not step foot outside my living quarters ever again. Damien gasped. What? Agnes continued, I don't know how I felt about Sir Raymond in the past, but now I feel uncomfortable at the mere sight of his face. And Sir Clifford is bound to nag at my every action. At that point, it would be better for me to join the monastery. The Emperor trembled. The monastery? Agnes thought. The monastery is a place completely cut off from the outside. People who join can never marry, and not even members of the Imperial family can visit without permission. If I say this, the two of them won't be able to force me to have a personal guard follow me everywhere. Then she said firmly, you remember, don't you, Father? Long ago, when I rejected all of my other personal guards, you told me that if I found someone I wanted in that position in the future, you would assign it to them. The Emperor said, I did say that. Agnes added, the person I want. Damien thought, could it be? The Emperor's heart pounded as he considered. If it's someone who Agnes has taken a liking to recently, it has to be. Agnes declared, please appoint Sir Kylo as my personal guard. The Emperor thought I knew it. Then he rattled, Agnes, do you happen to? What I'm saying is, you don't have feelings for that man in that sense, do you? Agnes cleared her throat. Of course not. Please don't worry about that, father. She continued, the news that Sir Kylo saved my life has already spread far and wide. We should reward him, of course. But if we bestow a title upon him, the nobles might riot. Damien thought, was Agnes always capable of making political arguments like this? She added, the honor of being the princess's personal guard will be a good example that goes beyond a noble title, showing how loyal he is to our empire. Damien said, wait, Agnes, I had no idea you were thinking so deeply about this. I also agree that we should reward those who have done great things. Agnes thought, what's wrong with him? What is he plotting now? Damien continued, however, following your logic, Raymond should be the one appointed as your personal guard. When you got in that accident, the one who saved you in front of everyone's eyes was Raymond. Agnes thought, that's right. But I can't tell them that it happened because of a god's mistake. Damien said, the two of them can take turns guarding you then. Sir Kylo can do it for 3 days out of the week, and Raymond can do the other 4. She said, annoyed, wait, brother. Why does Sir Raymond get 4 days? Damien explained, Sir Kylo may have rescued you, but that only happened because of a mistake he made in the first place. So obviously, we would need to give Raymond a better reward, right? She thought, this guy, when did he hear about that? Then she said, what you're saying isn't wrong, brother, but I need to repay the debt I owe Sir Kylo. He asked, what debt? She said, you remember that I made fun of Sir Kylo for his origins in the past, right? This is a chance for me to apologize for my actions and show everyone that I have changed. If you care about how other people perceive me, please do as I ask, brother. Damien thought, since when did Agnes learn how to speak logically like this? She was only capable of whining and throwing tantrums in the past. He sighed. I understand. I'll let you have your way. Sir Raymond will be assigned 2 days a week, and Sir Kylo will take the other 5. How's that? Agnes asked. Sounds good, brother, she thought. It's a shame that he can't do it every day of the week, but from Kylo's perspective, this is probably more than enough. And so their half-satisfactory, half-disappointing deal was made, though the negotiation excluded one person they had completely forgotten about. The Emperor thought, children, you didn't even put any of my input into consideration. The next day, the Emperor named both Raymond Spencer and Kylo Grey as Agnes's personal guards. The news that these 2 knights were chosen as the princess's personal guards spread far and wide within the first day. People believed that Kylo Grey received this reward without regard to his social status. Some held resentment toward him, but perhaps the good rumors about Kylo recently overshadowed it. Many looked upon this positively, though a few still made a fuss. At Viscount Grey's manor, upon hearing the news, the Viscount furiously thought, Kylo, you sneaky bastard. Benjamin shouted, how does this make sense, father? I'm sure that guy has other intentions. He's ignoring all of us when we try to contact him. Bradley added furiously, Benjamin press. What are you going to do about this, father? Say something. You're not going to defend him, are you? That bastard has been ignoring you as well. Stop it. Shut up, both of you. My head is already a mess, and you're making it even harder to focus, the Viscount roared. The brothers fell silent. The Viscount clutched his aching head, while Viscountess Julia sat sobbing. Seeing her, he thought bitterly, she's openly resenting me now. It's not my fault that Kylo is improving his reputation. So why am I being subjected to this? Because his reputation has been improving. Many nobles had been respectful toward him when he went out, but the higher nobles he wanted to get closer to tended to avoid him. So this felt pointless. And while all this was happening, Kylo, he remembered a few days ago when his servant returned from the palace and said, I tried going to the barracks, but Sir Kylo wouldn't meet with me because he was busy. How dare he blatantly ignore me? The Viscount thought, he doesn't realize that I'm the one who helped him get to the position of the princess's personal guard. The first thing he should have done after earning the princess's favor was to introduce his brothers to her. This is why people say you shouldn't take him for granted. That brat. How dare he try to avoid me like this? Does he really think he can avoid me while staying in this empire? Meanwhile, in his office, Kylo sat staring in surprise at the letter of appointment, the princess's personal guard. His thoughts drifted back. That day, I was caught by the princess while openly insulting Raymond. After that day, the princess stopped asking for me. He recalled her words. Something urgent came up for Her Highness. You do not have to come to her palace today. She seemed to forgive me on the outside, but I'm sure she was disappointed in me. I used to hate her so much that I was almost disgusted by her mere existence. But when she looked at me warmly, when I saw her expression and heard the way she talked, it was as though I became an entirely different person. I wasn't Kylo Grey, the man everyone despised. I felt like a normal person who was being respected as a fellow human being. I felt more confident and distinguished. The feeling I felt most strongly when thinking that I would never be able to see Princess Agnes being kind to me again was unbearable sorrow. He sighed. Her Highness was just treating me nicely. I was disappointed in myself for being so pathetic, unable to shake off my sadness. I felt that if I didn't keep my emotions under control, I would go to the princess and start begging or something. That's why I wanted to leave on a mission as soon as possible. That's how I felt. But the very next day, the Emperor had sent people without warning a letter of appointment in their hands. Princess Agnes asked for me to be her personal guard. Does that mean she really intends to cover up my mistake? Is she going to continue treating me as she has been? Can I really receive her warm days again? Since when was she able to lead me around with a single gesture like this? Was it after her accident? Or perhaps even before that? How can I turn my heart around and stop feeling these things? Is doing so even possible? Do I really want to stop feeling these things? At the same time, Raymond also received his letter of appointment, and he was furious. Why? I've never acknowledged Kylo Grey or paid any attention to him before. But recently, because of the princess's kindness toward him, I realized that he fell into an impossible fantasy about her. How could he think something like that? I found him laughable, even a little pitiful. I felt so bad for him that I even gave him a warning. But that guy, Kylo, had said, "What? Are you afraid the princess is going to fall for me instead of you?" He ignored my warning and crossed the line. Of course, I wasn't afraid of that. It could never happen after all. Agnes would never fall in love with the bastard child of a lower noble family. But in that moment, for some reason, my heart wavered. Surely not. Agnes likes me. Her affection, which she poured out on me since we were young, was like a destiny that I could never shake off, even if I wanted to. She may have lost all of her memories of me, but I didn't think that would matter. But Agnes's heart, which I thought would always belong to me, was taken away. Not to mention, Kylo was to be her personal guard for 5 days of the week, while I only got 2. This is ridiculous. Still, 2 days is plenty. The important thing is that I turn Agnes's heart back toward me. I need to get it back.
Thank you so much for watching. I hope this romantic journey made your heart flutter just like mine. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell so you never miss another love-filled episode. And don't forget to leave a comment sharing your thoughts. I love reading what you think about the story. Your support means the world. See you in the next romantic adventure.